I'm just quickly doing some tidying as we start. Hi Seymour, how are you doing? Hi Gabrielle. I hope you're having a good day so far. So I explained why yesterday, but we're not doing a torso paint today. Is that a real plant behind you? No, I'm not allowed real plants in here, Mystic Moon. However, I want to get like a really nice artificial one and then put that one on my desk so it's a bit more pleasant for me. That's what I'd like to do anyway. You're good, I'm glad to hear it. So I have like an extra boost this month because of Women's History Month. So it's really lovely that I'm getting that extra boost. However, which means that like I get recommended to more people. However, if I do a stream which is classified as 18 plus, that gets removed, so I won't get the extra boost. So I'm trying to take advantage and grow the channel as much as I can. Obviously there's absolutely no promises, but if I do an 18 plus stream, basically my normal Saturday stream, I'll get removed from the recommendations, which I understand is a shame, but I understand. So that's why I thought I'll do a small piece today to try and make sure I stay on the shelf. I don't trust myself. Oh, Mystic, it's kind of like I use like blackout blinds and such in here, so they wouldn't get any sunlight. I don't trust myself with plants, but the excuse I'm using is this: I don't really allow the sunlight in here in the first place. So how could I possibly keep it alive if I'm already, you know, unable to do something like that? Hi Coyote, how are you? Right, let's just keep these bits tidy. I just wanted to do a quick tidy up since I was like, I just want to make sure I go live, and then it'll make me do it a bit quicker. Because I've been a bit messy recently, what with everything going on, but that's okay. Get it all tidied now. I don't get real plants as I tried once, it died. The fake ones or Lego will do. Yeah. Well, Ghost is amazing and will look after the plants, and he seems to manage to keep them growing. So I'm like, okay, so now that just tells me that like I can't be trusted, therefore plants are your responsibility. I think the thing is, Mystic Moon, I think maybe I don't know if you're the same as me. I either forget that they exist and they need something, or I overlove them and I give them too much water, and like especially when you have different types of plants, I find it difficult to keep track if I do remember. So I either kill them by overloving them or forgetting about them. One or the other. Hi, Killy. Yeah. Right, where's my dirty brush box? Right, so I just wanted to quickly tidy little bits up around here before I start. Yes, I could have done this before stream, but then that would have taken me a long time. And I would have put off streaming. So now, I'm doing it now. Hi Kyle! I'm alright, thank you. You alright? I forget about them. You're saying with flowers as well. With flowers, I'm like, surely they'll survive a little bit longer and then they just sit there and rot. I'm just not very, I'm not very good at it. I'm all right, thank you. Good to know. Good. I'm glad. Right, let's see. Let's put those away. There. I was a bit annoyed actually, chat. I finished editing my Ayla Secura video and I was really proud of it. And I uploaded it to bloody TikTok and it's muting the audio. I don't know why. It's like, sorry, this audio track isn't available. What? I tried it with my own audio, like uploading it without using the like TikTok sounds, and it did it. And then I tried uploading it using my audio, but then like applying the sound and then like turning it down. Still didn't like it, so I don't know what I'm going to try next. Silly thing! Oops, it's never done it before. Hi Returner, hi Yanks! Place for everything. I do actually have like a place for everything. But I find it tricky to keep it tidy because I do quite a lot of paints. And sometimes I'm like running around like a maniac trying to get everything done in time. So I do have a place for everything, but keeping it in its place when I'm doing, I think it's just difficult when you work quite in a creative manner because you kind of don't focus on where you're putting stuff because you're focused on the actual creative part. So then you end up just making a mess around you. It's like the excuse I'm probably just giving myself, yes. However, I have noticed that about me and other creative people. There we go. Right, and then I can bring my mirror back. So far today I've been editing. I did 2 videos. So I've been busy so far. Right, and then. Ah, lovely. Then I just got myself a cup of tea. I got really confused and I convinced myself today that it was Sunday. I think because I've streamed so much this week, so I thought it was Sunday, and I forgot I had to stream today, and I was like, wait, hang on a minute. I really, really confused myself. Right, so Starry Night. Vincent van Gogh. RMD, thank you very much for 3 months. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for using your Prime on me. Means the world because you only get one. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yesterday you thought it was Saturday. Oh, one of those. It really throws you off for a few days, doesn't it? So I was thinking, if this paint doesn't take me forever, which I find it hard to believe that it will take me like as long as Wednesdays. Here's my plan. I'm going to sit in the paint and I'm just going to wash my brushes and do little bits so that like at least the thumbnail looks good. Maybe we can bring in a community, we can bring in, take advantage of the shelf that way, you see what I mean? Always leaving stuff places and coming up with the cool things. I just can't stand them. I don't want today to be Sunday because on Monday I have to go back to do my job normally. You could do your job abnormally by doing mop skater. You like it, Ken? I'm worried now that it's going to be fun. It's going to be a bit weird on YouTube because it was being weird on TikTok. I've never had a video be weird on TikTok. No, I actually haven't been in Discord today. Oh wait, hang on.
Okay, let's do this fucking shit.
Nice, there's the wet patch. Yeah, nice. Run! Parkour! Yeah, let's go! Let's go! Nice. I'm glad. It looks like it made it a lot more fun for you. Mop skater IRL. GG's. Oh, that's really fun. Did you manage the whole room? Or how far did you get? What was your high score? God, that does sound like it would make it a lot better. I feel like there'd be quite a lot to mop as well. Oh, what was I doing? Sorry, I was getting my reference photo and I got completely distracted. I saw this like starry night dress and was like, oh wow, that's it. I got completely distracted by it. Some of these photos are a bit darker than what I'd like. Interesting that a lot of the photos I see on the internet tend to crop it. I'll find out one day if I still have a job. Sadly, I couldn't find the letters to spell clean anywhere. If I worked there, I would have printed them out. Just left them lying around. Alright, this one we'll have to do. It's a little bit darker than what I'd like. But it'll do. I'll just make it brighter with 9 paint. So I'm going to open it in Photoshop and flip it. 8 hours later, time to wash the brushes. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if that's how long this took me? I feel like looking at it, it shouldn't, but like, maybe it will. There we go. Let's see. I'm a fool. Okay. Let's move my stuff and things over there. Let's put my tea warmer on. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do something across the face as well. But let's do the base makeup first. I've decided that out of all the foundations, I don't like this one as much, but I have already started using it. So I think what I'll do is I'll go through the foundation stick, then I'll use this one up. So let's use this one. Let's use the foundation stick first. This one, and then here's my foundation brush. Once the too much gene kicks in, who knows what'll happen? Oh, for real though, you know exactly what I'm like. Ah, maybe this is another one where I should wear the corset. Whatever, I'll do this first. It doesn't matter. It's a pretty good foundation match. Thank you for the hydrate. 1 second, let me just... Hi Xavier, how are you doing today? There we go. Chat, don't forget to also hydrate. Go. So I'm just adding in a little bit of contour on the cheeks to give me a bit more shape, because otherwise I'm going to end up looking like the moon. Oh, and then also, anyone who's new to contour, if you're going to be applying things like contour and you've already done your foundation like this, it's better to pat it on, because if you're like smearing it in, then you'll just kind of move the foundation that you've put on underneath as well. So it's much better to try and like pat, 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 pat. Cool. Now my face looks wet. Let's go in and add the powder. It feels weird it being a Saturday and me not doing a torso paint. But hopefully it pays off. Because I don't keep them on for a lot. Oh, because very shiny today. How are you doing, Toasty? Because of the paint, or because I don't keep them on for long. It doesn't. Oh, right, got you. So I feel like I didn't used to. It is a bit different, isn't it? I didn't really used to have too much of like a big thing, but the only thing I recommend is making sure that you take it off properly. So I tend to, I wouldn't say like it's anything special. I was interested in skincare for a long time beforehand. But basically like as you get older, you tend to like take your skincare a lot more seriously. If anything, it's just like really make sure you've washed it off. So I tend to do I take my cleanser, which I would normally use anyway, and I tend to wash my face with it twice. So I always imagine like with shampoo, as I was told before, like you shampoo twice, one to lift the dirt and the next shampoo is to actually clean the hair, because it doesn't always, it might lift it, but it might not actually clean it. And so I tend to wash my face twice, which is kind of one of the reasons why I go through a lot of cleanser. So that's why it pops up quite a lot on my wish list. Then I take a toner and I put the toner on, but I also notice sometimes even when I put the toner on, and that's like me like wiping my face with a cotton pad, I notice sometimes like it's still got some slight amounts of dirt. My face looks clean. So I tend to do that, and then after that I put on a serum. But honestly, all of this I would do anyway. I'm probably just a bit more thorough with it because I want to make sure I've fully taken it off. And then I put a serum on. The serum depends on two things. One, which serums I have, because I'm trying to use some of them up that I have that I'm not really too interested in. And I wouldn't necessarily buy again, but I've been gifted them. And then once the serum has like settled in, then I'll put on moisturizer, but I do feel like I put on a lot of moisturizer. So I do want to make sure that my skin is super hydrated, because I especially, so there's been some days where I've had to do like 6 makeup looks. I don't like doing too many, because after like the 4th one, my skin starts to feel a bit sore, because I've put loads of makeup on, washed it off, and I think it's the washing it off constantly that makes it a bit irritable, because I'm kind of like rubbing at it. Those days are hard, because afterwards my skin hurts. But most of the time it's usually actually fine. Then I'll put moisturizer on, and then if it's in the evening I'll also put on eye cream, and then I'll just go to bed. But overall, I wouldn't say there's anything super special that I do. I just make sure it's completely cleaned off. But there isn't like a special mask or anything that pulls out secret pain from my skin. And I feel like honestly, like my skin is, it's pretty decent now. It used to be a lot worse, but I knew, and everyone told me that it wasn't, but I knew it in my gut, well, that I was having like adult acne because of another reason, and I couldn't pick out what the reason was, but it was not the pain. I knew it wasn't the pain because I've always done it. I've been doing it for so long, and then at one point I just had loads of really, really severe acne, and I couldn't tell why, and then it just turned out I had some kind of like gut infection or something, and I had no idea, because it just, the only symptom I had was acne, so I obviously thought there was something with my skin. Anyway, got that sorted in the end, and my skin's healed a lot more since. But if anything, I do more makeup looks now than when I had acne. Wash lift the dirt and then cleanse the face. Yeah, it's the same with the hair. Like, that's what I was told about shampooing. Which, yeah, it's frustrating sometimes because you go through a lot of product that way. It looks like I've suddenly had lip filler, and I don't know why, because I have not. But why is that extra shiny there today? What happened to my face? Maybe I've always looked like that and I've never noticed. Anyway, but yeah, so apparently, but then also, yeah, you do go through a lot more products that way, and I appreciate that. Super annoying. I don't have much hair. I keep my hair short, not bald yet. Yet. So yeah, overall, like I feel like my skincare routine is pretty normal, but I think I like to be pretty thorough with it. The worst one is when I do prosthetics. That's brutal, because to properly remove a prosthetic, you need like a solution that lifts the glue. So what you end up doing is you put it on like a cotton pad or something, and you keep rubbing at it until like the edge so slightly starts to lift. Then you can get yourself like a cotton bud or like a cotton pad, and then you just have to keep poking it underneath it and then putting more solution on, and then and it just takes so long. And imagine as well, like, so when I did the Google makeup look, right, that took me about 5 hours to apply all those prosthetics on myself and paint it. So then also think, like, I did the stuff, I did like the videos. I wasn't really wearing it for too long. I was probably only really wearing it for like an hour and a half to 2 hours. And most of that was me faffing around because I was just kind of like playing because it took me so long to do. So cool, all well and good. And then it maybe took me like an hour to remove it. So then, and I'm not justifying the attitude, but when you hear that actors get really frustrated when they are in the makeup chair to do things like the Grinch, I don't think it's like, oh, it's totally fine because, you know, they're frustrated, because it's not. But I can understand where the frustration comes from. So as an example, I think it was Jim Carrey was in the Grinch. I think it took him 7 hours to apply the makeup. Then he does an entire day of filming, and then it has to be removed. And that's every day for what, like 5 to 8 months? Every day. Hello, Infernal. And so you can see why they get frustrated. And furthermore, there's better standards now. But if they've designed you a suit and they didn't put in a hole or some kind of some secret disguised place so you can go to the toilet, sometimes you can't go to the toilet the entire day. You just have to hold it. And in other cases, when they wear things like muscle suits or like big suits, sometimes they don't put in ventilation and people overheat. So then if you imagine things like, I cannot remember which film it was, but I was reading about it in my Stan Winston book. I think they had like a fat suit for someone, and the fat suit had like, I think it was almost like silicone or latex to the wrists here and the ankles. They were in his whole suit, and at the end of each, this is 100% disgusting, and at the end of each day, when they took the suit off the actor, they collected the sweat that had built up in there, because they could open the bottom and sweat would pour out the ankles. They collected it in cups and they could measure how much sweat, because it was just in there like a liquid, and it would just, they'd just been perspiring all day. And then there was another part with the same actor where they had to put them on some rig and then spin them, but unfortunately, because as they were spinning them, sweat was coming out of the feet, because as they were spinning, it was leaking. And so so imagine like you've hired a studio who's forgotten. You know what I mean? Like, the standards are better now than they used to be. But overall, like, I can see why actors get really frustrated being in hair and makeup for a long time. Like, some of the stuff that they have to go through, and you just have to sit there really still, wait for it to be done, and then you can start working. Once you finish working, you sit back in the chair, they take it all off, and the next day, you do it again. So I don't think it's justifiable, like the way that they treat the makeup artists or the way that they treat other people on set. But I can see how it can end up happening, of the sheer frustration of like, and like if you think about like Jim Carrey with the Grinch suit, he's covered in hair. Like, he's had hair like stuck to him, and he's got sclera lenses in, the ones that cover the whole eye, which are, I think those ones at the time were hard lenses, so they're really uncomfortable. He has eyelashes, he has a nose prosthetic, so he can't breathe out of his nose. Then he's got like hair all here. His hands are covered in hair. If he has a hair in his mouth, he can't pull it out by himself because his hands are covered in hair. His suit, he's covered everything, right? So I can understand why it does. No, it's not. It's really not. Because as well, like, and obviously, like, I'm not in one of these suits. When I've done the prosthetics, especially like the Grinch nose, or like sometimes even with the Gogh, it covers the nose, right? And I could still kind of breathe because there was a slight hole here. Cool, no problem, that's fine. I have had ones before where it covers the whole nose, so I have to breathe through my mouth, and so I basically spend the entire time like this. Okay, cool, no problem. However, your nose does sometimes run, but when it runs, it's all getting contained in there. It's disgusting and it feels horrible. Sometimes as well, you'll be like eating something. So say, I remember one time I just had like some Cheetos, and because, hey, Get Chopped, how are you doing? And then because they were a little bit spicy, my nose ran, but I couldn't wipe it. So it all just stayed in there. So then it's banking and then like sticking inside here. Yeah, it's not pleasant. When I've done ones before, I've covered an eye and I've had my eye slightly water. I've done this before, like this, and I can feel the water from the tears in my eye move around my skin underneath the prosthetic. And imagine having to be stuck like that all day. So I can see why they don't like it, and I can see why it's uncomfortable, to be honest with you. Like, I get it, like, it's not nice. But overall, yeah, it's what we're talking about. We're talking about like prosthetic application and like some of the uncomfortable parts of it. But yeah, I can, as I've mentioned, like, it's no excuse to treat anyone badly when you're like that frustrated, but I can see how the frustration can occur. But yeah, I think for Jim Carrey, they ended up having to do like a torture course so he could withstand the feeling of the of the makeup and the costume, etc., because it was almost unbearable, and he was like flipping out at people. I don't know if they had even, I used to know, but I can't remember now. I don't know if they had put in like ease of access so he could go to the toilet by himself. I don't know. I think it might have been in Austin Powers when he was really embarrassed because he couldn't physically go to the toilet by himself. He had to call his wife to come help him, to come to set, to then help him get in and out of the suit so he could use the toilet. Because they just forgot. And that's not fair, and like that's not nice. But now it's too late. Like, well, the suit's been made, and they forgot. Sucks. Deal with it. That's the kind of attitude there is a lot on the set, which is why I'm not really interested in working on movie sets at all. Because that attitude is kind of the way that a lot of people have described it to me. Like, that sucks. Deal with it. Carry on. Like, get the shot done. And I wouldn't want to work on something like that. No. They would care for how the star feels. Yeah. Apparently it's a lot better now than it used to be, which is awesome, and that's great. But it's been a bit brutal before in the past. Colin Farrell does not want to do the Penguin show anymore because of the costume. Probably, yeah. Like, I mean, that's the one where he's in a bit of a fat suit, right? Where he's got more of a stomach, and I think even the legs. But like, without adequate ventilation, you'll just bank up sweat. So you'll just like have water running inside it that you've just perspired, and it's disgusting. And so yeah, if they're doing that all day and then like filming in it and stuff, you can see why they get uncomfortable and why they don't like it. I mean, like, here's the thing. It's one thing to have like an insane costume. It's another thing to be in an insane costume and prosthetics. You can take a costume off, but once those prosthetics are on during the day, they're not coming off until you're done. No, right, yeah, it's not really it. From everyone who I've spoken to, like, yeah, there's a lot of things that are nice about it, but also, like, the working days are brutal. Like, that's why, like, hair and makeup starts at, like, 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. So then they're ready for 9 a.m. But that person's been sat there the entire time having their hair and makeup done. So you're the makeup artist getting up, and they start makeup at 4 a.m. So you have to be ready before then. I just don't think it doesn't sound nice at all. 4 a.m. is when I get to bed. But yeah, overall, like, I like playing with the prosthetics. Do I want to do it in like a Hollywood-esque world? Not really. I would like, though, to shadow. I think that's the line for me. I'd love to just sit in the corner while they're doing it and just like see how they're doing it. And like just watch, but I don't want to do it. So I just kind of would like to like sit and learn about the process and like just see what it's like on the set and like see for myself, but that's it. That I wouldn't want anything else personally. Because of the paint. Yeah, like apparently a bunch of stuff went down on that set. I don't know for sure because I follow this girl who researched a lot about the Wizard of Oz and found some of it was actually common misconception. However, I keep trying to find out what books it is that she's found that information out in, and I can't find them. I haven't yet found them. But yeah, like things have moved a lot further on since then. But I think things like that are where people get like the idea that I'm gonna die because I've put makeup on. But yeah, it comes down to like general practices, and I think there's been a lot more like higher quality standards since then, which obviously good, and there should be. But yeah, it hasn't been good in the past. Upon being paid. Yeah, right, Ken. Like, and it just, that's just the way it is. So yeah, I think when oh wow, like yeah, that's a lot. I heard something like that get chopped. I really want to know what these books were that this girl's been reading, where she's like found out more information about like the Wizard of Oz filming set. Because she said like some of it isn't true, and I'm like, I want to know which books are you reading? And I've noticed like I haven't seen when like I've asked. So I'm like, I'd love to find out which books they are. Oh, I just got rid of that eyebrow pencil was just done, so give me a new one. Luckily, you guys, I proliferated the eyebrow pencil on my wish list, so I've still got some in here. It's very nice to be able to just like grab another one and not be like, oh no, now what? Okie dokie. So let's see. The moon. Hi Carpenter, how are you doing today? Hi Yous, how are you? Yeah, the silver paint contained lead. Yeah, apparently. But then, like, I think back to like, I know when people are like, how on earth could you do something like that? It's so obvious. But then I just kind of think like, yeah, but people thought smoking was healthy, which is insane. That's an insane thing to think. But like, yeah, people just thought it was like a fine and healthy thing to do. They thought it was good for you, so people just did it. Yeah, like, and like ultimately, like we look back today and we're like, Jesus Christ, what a silly thing to do. But people just didn't know. Some people didn't know, some people didn't care. It was just like the thing at the time. People still do crazy stuff now, like. But yeah, it just is what it is. Yeah, making coffee. Nice. How do you have your coffee? Still, people using asbestos. It's insane. There's people like using resin and stuff and like refusing to wear gloves. God, the hairdresser that I was, gosh, she really annoyed me. She was a junior, and she was like complaining because she was like, oh, I don't really like doing the bleach in the hair because it hurts my hands, but wouldn't wear gloves. And I was like, oh, why don't you wear gloves? And she was like, oh, I don't like gloves. Some people are just like that. Like, some people are just the way that they are. And I'm like, oh, fine. Like, I mean, you know. Yeah, I know. And like, you look at it and you're like, and they're like, oh, yeah, I just don't like gloves, just don't like them. Like, what can you do? You know, some people, they're just literally like that. Yeah, I know, Paragon, and you just sit there and you just think like, one of the things that I need to work on, that my therapist has mentioned, which is a fair thing, is like if I'm like, I don't like it when there's something which I could possibly save. So for instance, like as an example, if there was a panel and let's say I was hosting it, at, I don't know, at any con, and let's say like the people are really unprepared and I start getting really stressed out because I start thinking like, well, why? Like we need to do this, like you need to do that, this needs to happen. And then like, but it's not mine. But I'm hosting, but it's not mine. And so it's been mentioned to me a few times like, it's not your responsibility. In some cases, you just have to let the ship sink. Like, because it's not your responsibility to save other people's stuff as much as you really want to. But like, I don't like that. Why can't you just do the thing? Like, it's so straightforward, and I keep trying to like save and like go out of my way to like make sure something else doesn't like. But it's like that's the thing that I need to work on. Is like in certain situations where like it's not really like my responsibility. I'm involved, but it's not my responsibility. Is like just let it sink. Like it's on somebody else. Like they need to pay they need the consequences. Otherwise, the only thing that it reinforces is I cannot do anything because M Croft will save it, which has happened a plethora of times. So that's the thing that apparently I need to try and. It's really hard to work on though because I sit there and I just think like. Like, you know, I've got to just, but it's hard, it's tough. That's the thing that I'm trying to work on at the moment. Be like, let the ship sink. Like, if it's on them. Like, just, you know, fine. If they're not gonna put the work in, what can you do? From TikTok, who shows simple solutions. Oh my God, what's his name? Is it Cabby? I love Cabby. I think he's got like 80 million followers or something now. Really happy for him. I think he's like the international face of like Hugo Boss because of all of that. And do you know what I really loved about that, Ken? It was very similar to Mr. Bean in the sense that he didn't say anything. I couldn't believe it. I don't know why. I was shocked beyond measure when I first saw him speak, and he's French. And I just, like, my mind was just, I was just expecting some American accent or something to come out. And seeing him speak French, and I was like, whoa, hang on a minute, whoa, hold on. This is so shocking. But yeah, because he never said anything, and he just showed off the solution. But he's really funny. I like what he does. I like his videos. That's so true though. I still have to remind myself that too. It's not my problem. Yeah. Just let and be like, well, and I used to do that at work a lot. I used to try and save stuff, and I think, yeah, he just like the. I really like him. I think he's really fun. But yeah, it's a tough one though, isn't it? Just being like, you know, you didn't put the work in, so fine. It's on you. It's not on me. But there's still part of you that's like, but if I just did this, then it wouldn't be bad. It's hard. It's really hard. But yeah, so that's one of the things that I need to work on, which is make it clear that you've done your bit. Anything else, like, just it's not on you. But that's very tough to do. Because like you can see the problem coming, and you know how it can be easy for us, and you're like, oh my God, exactly that. Exactly that. I was really frustrated with, I mean, I've done a lot of panels now, but there was one, and I was trying really hard to, never despair. 48 months is unbelievable. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. I've done a lot of panels, so I don't really think it's gonna be obvious, and I hope not. But like, don't try and find out, obviously. And I was trying to put in loads of prep work and such, and I just couldn't believe it because I had prepared all of the questions, and I said like, you know, come up with answers so that I don't want you to be caught short, unless it was something silly like yes or no questions. I gave all of everything, and I knew what was going to happen because there was no responses. There was nothing on the side of like telling me what they were going to say, and I was just kind of like, okay. So I kept pushing, and I kept being like, do you have this? Do you have so and so? Do you have nothing? Was receiving nothing. It was like I didn't exist, and I was getting really annoyed. And then in the end, like on the day, like they just didn't have any answers, and then that's when I realized like it looks bad on you because I've asked you a question and you're sat there like stuck, but you knew the question was coming. So it's on you. Like you look like you don't know what to say. You're the one that's looking flustered. It doesn't look bad on me. And like before then I couldn't really see how it would look. I don't know why, but I thought it would look like I was being like a tool or something. But like it is the way it is. It's like sometimes it's just that's the way it is. But yeah, just let it sing. Just let the shit sing. It's so hard though. It's so difficult. I don't want to let it sing. I'm gonna do some details on this part, but yeah, let it sing, let the ship sink. If it's not my own project or anything I'm doing, fine. That's what I currently need to work on. But yeah, I realised what was happening was I was taking it so personally when things were going wrong, and I was like, why? But yeah, I got feedback from a lot of people like, it doesn't matter, we know it wasn't you. And I was like, I can still save it. I can still do it. Exactly. Just let me do it. Then it only affects my grade because I'm happy to accept that if I screwed it up and I get a bad grade, it's because I screwed it up. But I cannot accept that I got a bad grade because you screwed up. Like, that was the thing about group projects that I couldn't stand. That was the thing that to me was an absolute no. It was absolutely not acceptable. No, I shouldn't get a bad grade because of you. That's not fair. It's not fair for you to bring me down. That's not okay. I'd rather just be fully responsible for the fact that I screwed up. Then I can accept that. That's fine. I'll deal with how I'm gonna deal with that later. With a lot of tears. But right now, no, it's not acceptable. There's just some, do you know, as well as like some people really don't care, and like I think it ends up being kind of okay if you work with like-minded friends, but I also think as well, like when they like choose the groups for you, that gets really tough because sometimes you're just like, oh no, not you, and not you. Oh no. exactly. Yeah, group projects were really, really tough. Also, I know it's irrelevant. Well, it is relevant. However, one of the things that, one of the things that I really like about the Starry Night is it's really solidifies the idea of like, don't draw what you see, draw what you interpret. Because that's one of the reasons why it looks so nice, right? Because everyone's like, drugs! But, I mean, whatever, but still, like, you don't have to see something to be able to create a specific art piece from it. Like, you can see something and then interpret it differently. And I think this is a really, really solid example of something like that. God, I keep thinking I've got like a tiny hair on me. I'm like trying to like move it away from myself. And that's one of the reasons why I think like this is such a successful piece. Hello, Mercenary. Because yeah, you like, what do you interpret from seeing this like night sky, and then maybe it's like this. So I think overall like that's a really, really cool concept. Lotion or anything? No. Sorry, Sinner, is it alright if you please have it in English only? Because then we can't moderate it. Can we have it in English only? Thanks so much, Yanks. Mercenary, sometimes they come in as like two friends and they think that they're the bee's knees. So they come in like that. It's not always just really like one person. Yeah. So there's like, unfortunately what tends to exist is like these Discord groups where they find it really, really fun to like, they see it as like trophies and stuff when they've got like streamers banned or like made streamers cry, etc. So there's like a group of people that do it, and then they like go together to like, they like team up and stuff. A sad, sad life, but alas, here we are. So that's why sometimes you'll see, or like a lot of people will suddenly come in sometimes, like that's literally why. There's literally like groups of sad people that do that. So. A few months back. Yeah, exactly. Like it's literally like just two people. So sometimes that happens and it's a shame. You know, it's even more shocking though, is there's more coming in, but Autumn's holding it. So like you can't see it. They're asking questions, they're fishing for reactions out of you. Yeah. Yeah, I like that's one of the things as well, is like you just literally have to learn to just be like, okay. Sometimes I wonder if I've developed a really good poker face from it. Maybe this is why when Cassie insults me, I don't show any emotion. I'm so used to it. Maybe that's why. She was trying to get something out of me, and I'm so overly used to like. Okay. This is my like not amused face. I rather pull a face. I'd rather try and control it so that you wouldn't be able to tell which message I'm reading. You know what I mean? That's how I'd rather it come across. That's what I decided a few years ago, is to usually try and be like, the deadpan winds her up. Yeah. It does actually, doesn't it? Like, no emotion, but I think that's probably what it is. The epiphany hit hard. Which epiphany? Having so many, I'm basically God. No, I'm just joking. But I don't know which way. Hello, Bon. Okay, and then this area is going to be like a village. Then this. And actually that's going to be a bit closer. So then this here. No, that can go there. And then this here is like that. Like this. Cool frames for glasses. Yeah, I really like them. They're not too dissimilar from my other ones, but they're a lot thinner. But I really like the black and the gold touch. But yeah, they're really nice. I really like them. But the only thing is now like all it's solidified is like I'm only going to get my glasses done when I go to Hong Kong because they just have the nicest frames there. Like I haven't seen any frames that I actually really like here. So every time I go I'm like, oh, I better go to the optician. It's just so much nicer. also, they're so much cheaper too. Because here in the UK, when you get glasses, if you want like all the filters and all of the things that come like that they put on them to make them like better. Do certain frames change the shape of your face? No, it's more like I think certain ones just suit me better. But like I feel like whenever I use like the smaller ones, they just have like a different vibe to them. I do personally prefer bigger frame, a bigger frame and a bigger lens though, because I don't like the feeling that I can see the frame very much. Like I can see the frame on these ones, but it's big. However, these ones are okay, but on the ones that I got done in the UK, they have like a they don't have the anti-reflection and such. So when I use those ones, I find it so irritating because I can see the reflection of my own eye in them, and it's really off-putting. So sometimes, I just, they really annoy me. So, but like, I prefer getting these ones done because they've had like all of the the cool filters and stuff, and it just comes with the frame. It's not like anything extra that you'd have to purchase on top of it, whereas that's how it is here. So I much prefer it. If I can see the frame, it's why I stay away from the yeah. And they used to be really trendy, didn't they? To have like super thick frames and such. But yeah, I don't bother. I don't like seeing it, especially if it's like a small. I don't really like it. I find it really annoying. But yeah, I like these ones. The best scrambled eggs of my life in New Zealand, and I almost cried. Yeah, sometimes other countries just have better foods. Hi, Raina. Chat. Next Saturday, what is the date? $29? Maybe next Saturday we still don't do a torso to try and that'll be like the day before the final day of the boost, won't it? So maybe next Saturday we'll just carry on with face and chest, just so we can take advantage of the trying to grow the channel up quickly. Yeah, I think that probably just makes sense just to do one more. Especially if I have to do some extra streams anyway. Right, so this. I think we're almost there with the sketch then. And then that's all tree work. And then I've got those stars measured out. Oh, actually, one goes here. And then another one goes here. And then, so the plan I was going to do for the face was, ooh, let's try and incorporate the split. If I bring that down there, and then no, and then this here, I should film. I actually haven't even set it up. I was being super lazy. Then I'll bring that there. Then maybe a couple of stars like around here and here. And then, right, let's see. This goes down here. Then this one goes down here. And then that makes that lighting. And then we can move this over here. Oh. Then turn this one on. Then turn this one on. And then change the setting on this one to this. And then we're set up. No, we're not. I forgot the SD card. Silly me. On, set the video. Then I need a mini mirror. There we go. Alright, first part's done. Good. Okay, and then I need to heat up my tea again because I was a bit naughty and I left it. Okay, cool. You thought it was Sunday as well? I did actually realise, and then I immediately forgot to update it. 1,045, not bad. Okay, cool. So then we need some blue paints, and then white paint, and then we also should do. Do I have the black paint in here too? Light green, and then is that a bit of brown? That looks like a bit of brown to me. And then we need some yellow. We can use this yellow, and then we need the black. Okay. I think this part should prove to be quite fun. I just need a selection of brushes of similar vein. And all time the sacred man is lies. Alright, there we go. Oops, too many earlobes for Van Gogh. Much like my Gogh, I'm not willing to give myself any kind of surgery to rectify that, but I appreciate you are correct. Okay, awesome. Let's start out with some white, so we can always make it darker. Okay, I hope this is going to work out okay. We'll see. It's so tempting to just fill everything in. Oh, sorry. There we go, just like this. Also, chat, today I had a song stuck in my head, and for the life of me, now I can't remember it, of course I can't, but I couldn't figure it out, and I was like, where on earth is this song from? And I realized it was from Squirrel with a Gun, when we were doing the boss battle. That music that went really hard, and I was like, where is this song? Like, I've got this strange song stuck in my head. And do you know what? I really enjoyed that game yesterday. I like being the squirrel. I thought it was really good, and honestly, I'm looking forward to playing some more. But I was just like, I just don't understand, like, where on earth have I got this noise from? Like, I just don't get it. Maybe I am the real Squirrel Girl Mel channeling her inner Sid. Sid! Oh my god. here we go. Now I think as I like slowly mix these colours in, it will start to make a bit more sense and look a little bit more like what we're trying to achieve. I can get some darker colours in too. Hi Johnny, how are you? Let me move the chat, I can't really see my chat very well. There we go. That's better. I feel like this is going to be quite a relaxing paint because it's just going to be this over and over and over again. It's quite nice that there's nothing too like, what am I looking for? Precise with this. So I think essentially it's literally just going to be this over and over and over and over and over again across everything. Oh, and then I still haven't watched the latest episode of Daredevil. I really panicked today though because I don't know if I've seen a spoiler for it, unfortunately, when I was doing all my posts. And I really hope not, but now I don't know. So now I'm just like, ah! So fingers crossed I didn't. Like a cool mask. Yeah, I thought I could do it so it kind of like sweeps across the face. Then I was like, maybe then I can like style my hair in such a way that it blends in with it a bit more. God, imagine if I did turn it into a superhero though, and they'd be like, Super Vincent. No, Zero. That might have been what I've seen. I don't know, so I don't want to say anything. But they're annoying. They're really annoying. I know, like, why do it? There must be a constant war between the marketing. Do you know, yeah, sometimes I feel like it would just be interesting to just see and like find out like how that happens, because I do feel like there has to be someone there that disagrees with what's going on. Like someone who has to be like, for goodness sake, because you know obviously like in any company there's like a lot of like disagreements and such, but there has to be people who think the same thing as us. There has to be. also, by doing this, it's going to end up looking like the paint's thicker in a weird way, which will be pretty interesting. Whoa! Cats were that desirable. But okay, so they sold to like rich people and stuff, but then like the rich people in Athens having a pet, which is essentially like really rare, is that not then like really scary because there's people out there who are like willing to steal the cat because of like the cat's like a thing? And I'm not being funny, but cats are not very well known for staying in one place. Hello Drew, how are you? You like the epitones? Thanks! I mean, I can't really claim it all for myself, but I'm doing the Van Gogh Starry Night. Aww, no you, Toasty! Yeah. I'm gonna just put some paint around the eyes first, here. And then I'm gonna go over it with, eyeshadow. So we'll see about getting the definition around my eyes a bit more. There were a lot of people who came in and were like, oh wow, this is really cool. But yeah, there's, it has to be filtered. There we go. Right, okay, cool. And then I'm going to do these bits, and then I think what I'll also do is then do my eyebrows with the black pen so that I don't look like I'm a little bit lost with it all. What do I think of mint chocolate? Why'd you ask? Ginny just got something really divine to him on the side that it's like, yeah, I don't really like it. Theo loves mint chocolate. I don't like it at all. I feel like, yeah, I think the only thing I like that's minty is mints. Like the others, I just don't really like it. I think I associate mint a little bit too much with like being fresh and like toothpaste, and I've associated way too much with that. So anytime I have anything minty, I just kind of feel like it feels really strange. Yeah, I'm the same. But like, awesome for people who like it. Good for you. But yeah, I do. Rhinestones, you mean? Pine needles. Didn't know they were edible. I should probably do some filming. I don't know what I did with my. I had like a handheld mirror and I don't know where I put it. Okay, then let's do some eyeshadow because I think it looks really strange without it. Let's use these ones. Mint chocolate ice cream. Nuh-uh. Nothing. Yeah, for me, I just feel like mint is too associated with toothpaste, so I don't really like eating minty things unless it's a mint. Just don't really like it. I just think it just tastes a bit like. Ugh. Hi, Caprico, how are you doing? Today I'm doing the Starry Night from Vincent van Gogh. Which overall I think is going to be, well, I'm hoping anyway, should be pretty straightforward. 2, welcome on in. How are you doing today? With the master paintings, yeah, so I was thinking it would be nice to do this one. I had fun with the Great Wave, and so I was like, oh, we'll do another one. Hours later, I do think I dawdle, though. I feel like that's one of the things that like definitely adds so much time to it. Is I definitely do dawdle around a lot. There we go. And then I'm going to sweep that underneath here too. But their costumes are famous paintings, so they're pretty cool, I think. Also, I feel like while that would be really cool, it would be such a waste because their costumes would probably get ripped up. So like, imagine the repair. And it's like so detailed and so pretty. Imagine going back to the tailor art and just being like, can you help me fix this? And it just being like, oh, yeah, cool. Did you study in a makeup studio? No, I'm self-taught. Hi Magnets, how are you? It's very kind of you. Thank you so much too. A lot of these ones here, they're really, really old, to be honest with you. They're like, this is like a 2 years old, so I've done a lot of paint since then. If you want to see something that's a lot more like recent, my Instagram and my socials is better for seeing what I've actually been up to in recent times. But yeah, they're a bit outdated now. It's just that I do like 3 to 5 makeup looks a week. So to keep topping up that video down there with just, it's not realistic for me. Oh, thanks so much, chat. Yeah, you can see on my socials there. Right, and then we'll add some more, as if we're doing highlights and such. So let's bring some up here too. And then around here. Then we can add a bit more around here to make this a bit more interesting. Yes, I've been working on a VOD channel on YouTube. My VODs, they're just highlights of the stream. They're basically just like the streams. But yes, the VODs over the last like 7 years. They are on. You'll still see some on here. I didn't physically like post them; they just get saved. But now they're getting reposted to YouTube because of the limit. Is it normal that makeup smells? What kind of makeup are you using? Is it like foundations and such? Or like paints? Fantastic! Wonderful! Love that for me. Okay, cool. Great, I know. There we go. That looks a little bit more. That one, now I feel like it looks a bit more balanced, which is better. So I'm just gonna pull some of this further out because I feel like it looks like it could blend in a bit more with this, so it might as well be really dramatic. Okay. But I feel like using a dark lip would be too much. But I'm not sure what I'll go for just yet. Maybe we'll just do, for starters, my normal lip liner, so I can like see how I feel about going more with like a light brown, a renewed shade on the lip, which means that we'd have more focus on the eye and the mask area, because otherwise it might be too much. And then, obviously, a gloss. I'm having one of those days. Of course! Have the lips like the swirl of the blue and the white. Because otherwise, like, you wanna, so sometimes what happens is you can get a little bit like the makeup kind of like wears you, so it doesn't look balanced. I forgot about my tea! Oh my god, it's just been sat here cooking. Once again, completely forgotten about it. All right. And then. Let's see. Maybe we'll try out these. Maybe they'll be okay. Because I can't be bothered to go get the bag that I put away earlier. I tidied it away and now I'm like, well, maybe we should try different eyelashes, but like, no, I can't be bothered. Let's just try these ones. Hopefully these ones work really well. I stick them to my Stream Deck. The English way of enjoying tea. No, it's not even wrong though. Like 100%. Always, I'll consistently forget about them. I have like a tea warmer here, and so I've been using that. And honestly, I was really reluctant to get it because you know what I'm like. It's hard to convince me of like certain things. I appreciate that's difficult. Anyway, but then what happens is I'm like, oh no, I forgot my tea. It went cold. And then I was like, oh, I'll put it on my tea warmer. And then I forget about it again, and then it's like evaporated. Are you allowed to talk about what's happening on Monday? No. I wish, but no. We're gonna talk about it on Monday. So it's gonna be a big surprise. But I think you'll like that game. No, no, no. It's a game! Yeah, please! No, but to be fair, like I don't like accepting things if I know you guys aren't gonna like it, because I feel like it's just not gonna be fun. It's not gonna land very well with you guys. You know what I mean? Like I was, I did get an offer to work on a film, but we had already slaughtered it. And I was like, I'm not, no, I don't want to be, no thank you. I don't want to be, I don't want to be part of this. It's a DLC for Hello Kitty. Oh my god, imagine if it is. Compile the list of games is not going to be, yeah. Can you see what it was? I feel like you'd be able to guess it. It wasn't Borderlands. No. I think you've set it up! No, I wasn't in a film. I sometimes promote films and do makeup looks and promote them on social media and such.
Charge complete.
Yeah, it's cool. I feel like I like what I do. It makes me happy. I feel like I have a cool job. It doesn't really feel like a job. Yeah, but maybe. lady? Yeah, not sure. I was just like, this isn't gonna work. But in a way, like, not to be like, anyway guys, I'm such a hero. In a way, I think it's nice because I think it also shows that, like, I'm not just be like, yes, money. Like, in some instances it's been tricky. I told you guys before when Razer offered me a laptop, but I had already gone on like a Razer hate brigade about how I was really disappointed with their customer service and such. So I appreciate that. Yeah, oh my god, Yanks, I feel like it looks a lot better already. I was looking at it and was like, I'm not really sure about this. I feel like I look like a cartoon character that's got no shading and is completely 2D. So I was just feeling a bit like, about that, so I'm much happier that I've done the eyes. But I do feel a little bit like, at least you know that I've put some thought into it. But yeah, I do turn down quite a few jobs. Some of them as well, they just look so, some of them don't even look real. Why am I? Dry shampoo here? I think it's in the bathroom. Maybe after this I should do a pee break and then go dry shampoo my hair because it's falling a bit flat. Hey Billy! Happy birthday! Yeah, Yanks. And honestly, like, I get it. Especially if I was a smaller creator, then I remember that I'd say no to Raid Shadow Legends now, but like when I did Raid Shadow Legends, like I didn't know about the meme of everyone works for Raid Shadow Legends. I was so excited, but I also was like, I kind of needed the money. Like, whereas now I kind of look at it and I'm like, I think a different opportunity will come up, so it's much better for me now. I'm in a better position, but I can understand why some people are like, just do it, like just go for it. But yeah, I wouldn't want Raid Shadow Legends again or anything such the like. Zero, that's so funny. Zero, did you know that, because my name's Mcroft, so many people think that it stands for like Microsoft or like other things like that, you know what I mean? Like, people get it confused with so many things. Like, it's so confusing to some people. Right, Kyle. They wouldn't leave me alone for so long. I was like, I'm a makeup streamer. And they were like, but don't you think HelloFresh? And also like, have any other companies been unfair? Yeah. One of them, God, what, yeah, 100%. What, like, there's one that everyone does. I don't think it's bad to say, to be honest with you. There's one that everyone does. Everyone. I did it. I regret it. Wouldn't do it again. And it says in the brief, and it says in the contract that you cannot, under any circumstances, offer incentives to get people to download and play the game. Because I read that and I was like, okay, cool. Because I was like, maybe what I do is I do like a, I don't know, like a print giveaway or something to try and, you know, boost it. No, you cannot do that in the contract. So many people I have seen be like, you'll get a free sticker if you do this. Or, yeah, if we get to this many, I'll give away a whole PC. Or, like, this sort of stuff. And you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed. But, like, it's fine. No problem. They just ignore it. Even the company ignores it. And then people get paid. But, like, I read the contract. Zero. I read the contract. And I was just like, oh. So, like, I remember thinking, like, could I have done it? But I also didn't want to do it because, like, legally on the contract it says you can't do that. But yeah, it's really annoying. Sometimes, like, they can be. Or, like, I had one last year, and honestly, I was so upset. I was so distraught about it. And I just got a follow from someone saying called Bloody Mycroft. GG's, I like that name. I had one, no, it was the year before. I forget, it's March. And like, in the contract, I triple checked it so many times and I was being gaslit by it. I knew I was, but I was getting really, really upset about it. In the contract, it said all I had to do was do a video and post it on TikTok and Instagram. That's all I had to do. And I was like, okay, cool. So I did that and I did that brief. All well and good, cool. And then another thing that they hid in that as well. Anyway, so I did that, all well and cool. And then they were emailing me like, and when are you posting the tweet? And I was like, it never said it was, I was meant to be doing a tweet. And then they got really like angry with me, even though it wasn't in the contract. And I was like, and it got to the point where I was like, whatever, it's just a tweet. I was like, I'll just do it, whatever, it doesn't matter. And I was getting really frustrated because I was kind of like, I don't know why they're being so like aggressive. And they used to do things like, I would email them and then they would not reply for like 2 days. If I didn't reply to an email in like half an hour, I was getting chased. And like, I'd be streaming and I could just see it coming through and I was getting really, really annoyed about it. And then in the end, I did all the posts and then they were just like, and when's the stream? And I was like, what are you talking about? And I went through the contract with so many people and I was like, doesn't say. And they're like, in the original agreement before we did the contract, you said you were gonna do this. And like in the, exactly. And I got really, really upset about the whole thing. And the thing, and the hard part, well, I know, yeah, it was really terrible. The really hard part was that tripped me up and I didn't think about it beforehand and I didn't think it was gonna be a problem. This was an agency. It wasn't the actual company. It was an agency working on behalf of the company. It said that I was not allowed to talk to the company myself for 12 months. So I couldn't go to the person I knew at the company who got me the job and explain what was happening because it was in the contract. I wasn't allowed to talk to them. But then I was kind of like, you're breaking the contract, but I don't want to break the contract. It was horrible. I was so upset. And so in the end, I spoke about it with Ghost and I was like, I think what I'm gonna do is I'll just do it. I'll make it short, and then I'm never gonna work with this company again. I'm gonna completely blacklist them. I'm never working with them again. I was like, I'll just do a small thing, and I'll just get it done, because they were kind of scaring me in a weird way. You know what I mean? I was feeling really like backed into a corner, and so I was like, I don't know what's going on here. And that happened with another company before as well, where so there'd be like a paper trail of like an agreement, and then in the contract it would say something different, but the contract would work out in my favor. But they'd be like, no, it says in this email, but the contract says that it supersedes any previous any previous communication, and it's final. And I've had that before, and I was just kind of like, it was a really messed up situation. Yeah, I just felt really intimidated and I was just kind of like, they're freaking me out. I don't, because also with the companies like this, it's like, so if I don't do it, are they even going to pay me? Because they've already proven that they'll break the contract for one reason. If I start pushing back on stuff, like, are they going to, like, I don't know. And it freaks, without a lawyer, I mean, I cannot afford a lawyer. But like, it was really, really stressful beforehand. But yeah, there's some companies which you essentially just blacklist, and then you're like, I'm never working with them again. And I tell like people that I work with close to not to work with them. But yeah. Exactly right, Kyle. And that's what I was arguing. And they were just kind of like, no, when's this happening? And I was just like, well, I don't know what's going on. Like, this is weird. Like, they're freaking me out. And they were freaking me out a lot. So in the end, I was just like, I'm just going to do this thing. And then I'm never working with them again. And then I wrote a whole, right, Dollar Bear. But then I wouldn't be able to afford like the small court claims and cases like that, etc. Like, it's not something that like I'd be comfortable enough to like put money aside for. I wouldn't be able to afford it. Yeah, so I had like that, but I was just kind of like, but some of them are real dodgy. But that one's been sorted now. The company has moved forward without them. But yeah, sometimes as well, like, because I know I'm right. But the thing that scares me is like, I don't know what they're now gonna do. They know, yeah, exactly right. Yeah, they know I wouldn't be able to afford it. I will quickly study law and be on the return. Thank you for law and parkour. But yeah, sometimes I'm just kind of like, I think sometimes they don't really expect pushback, but there's been other situations where I've known full well if I push back on this, I'm not getting paid at all. So do I take the hit of just doing this tiny thing that I shouldn't really have to do, and then guarantee that I'll get paid, or do I push back and maybe not get paid at all? I had this other company and I was so upset. I felt I didn't understand what was going on, and I was really upset by it. It took them 8 months to pay me for a job that I had done. They had already paid me for a job before. I won't work with them again. They had already paid me for a job before, and when I was trying to sort out the payment, they told me that they needed to see that I had paid tax before, that they needed to see that I had a passport to prove I was a British citizen. They had to see, like, not just the fact that I had paid tax, the evidence that I was a taxpayer. They wanted to see all my documents. And I had my accountant and I had Ghost on it being like, you do not need to see this information. We've gone through this before. Like, you do not need to do that. And then in the end, I was telling you guys about it last year. And in the end, it was too much. Like, there's no reason to do it. And so in the end, I told them I was going to take legal action against them. And then I got paid the next day. And the thing that really upset me about that, the thing that really, really upset me was there was a few other people who I'd known who had done the same thing. And when I spoke to them, they had all been paid. It was only me that they didn't believe, and they needed to have a full passport about. They needed to see my full passport. They needed to see all my documents. Like, they didn't believe me. And I just didn't understand. Like, there was some real hardcore underlying stuff in that one. I felt like they just did not. I was the only one that wouldn't get paid. And every time we pushed back, they were like, oh no, like, now we need to see this, now we need to see this information, now we need to see that. And I was like, you don't need to see any of this. Like, and I had like people like trying to help me and such, but in the end I was just like, if I don't get paid for so and so, like, I'll be taking you to court. I was like, I'll be taking you to court, I'm taking legal action immediately. Because it's been X amount of time and I haven't been paid. And you do not need to see this documentation. And then I got paid. Hey, Givenchy, how are you doing? Welcome on in. Yeah, it was brutal. It was mean. You probably wouldn't get paid, but you'll learn the process is easy to push back in the future. It was a pain, yeah. So it feels a little bit like, because I think they know, like, exactly what Yang said, like, they know that, like, I wouldn't be able to afford to take them to court. I wouldn't be able to afford that. So they just take advantage of it. I never pay anyone. It's just silly, yeah. It's like, but, like, that's the thing. It wasn't necessarily like they wouldn't pay anyone. They just wouldn't pay me. That was the problem that I then noticed, and that to me was like, what the hell? Why is it just me? That's weird. Felt a bit fishy to me. But yeah, so I have had, it's not easy, but ultimately, okay, but I've learned so much. Like, there's so much that I've learned over the past few years of, like, working with companies and, like, what to look out for. Oh, then there was another one, and they told me that so usually, like, you have, like, I said, like, I'm not going to post anything else in the day, like, you know, it's just going to be this one thing, and that's usually totally fine with a lot of companies. But this one company, I confirmed it with them, and then I saw in the contract, I was looking at this contract, and I was like, something really weird about this. I calculated it, and they wanted 5 weeks of exclusivity. And they didn't say that. When I asked them, they said 24 hours. But when I was reading the contract and I was calculating the time, it was 5 weeks. And it wasn't just exclusivity of not working with other companies. It was, I wasn't allowed to play this massive list of games because they classified these games as their competitors. I can tell you now, they were not their competitors. It was like a little indie game that had come out. It was like a really little indie game, and I was really excited about it. And then they were like, you cannot play with any of our competitors, including but not limited to Mass Effect, XCOM. And I was like, these are not your competitors. They are not. And I pushed back on them, and yeah, they didn't like that. Crazy. Some people are crazy. But yeah, I've learned a lot. Everything I've learned about law over the past few years has been against my will. I'm just joking. But yeah, it sometimes is like, it's sometimes intense. But I've learned a lot, and that's good that I've, you know, learned so much that I'm able to like protect myself in some things. But yeah, I moved on to bigger and better things, and like I know what to look out for. I know which companies I don't want to work with, and sometimes intense. Exactly. But yeah, it was a lot. Sometimes, yeah, and I've just been like off stream, like I don't know why, I don't know what is so wrong, but it's all right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Really appreciate it, Carl. Thank you. I believe there is a company in the UK, although I can't remember what it is because I know somebody else used them before, and they're a lawyer service. But what they do, they don't actually do like the thing, but you can pay them a small amount of money and they just send like, it's like a pre-written letter, but there's some parts that they haven't filled out or that they'll fill out for the company. And it'll be like, oh, so-and-so lawyer found out that you have not paid, there will be legal action, this is your warning. And then you can pay this lawyer firm and they'll send this letter, and like 9 times out of 10, that letter lands on somebody's desk in that office, and then they'll pay you immediately because they think, oh! So I know that, yeah. And I think it's like, you pay like 40 to 50 pounds or something, and they'll send like 1 to 2 letters for you. They're not like, obviously like if you needed to follow up, then obviously it's a different thing. But they just basically, they just send the letter, and it's just a scare tactic really, but obviously the person you're sending the letter to doesn't know that. So I know that these people exist, and I always think like, one day I'll hire one of these people and I'll send you a really mean letter in the post, and you'll really get scared. Then you wait. But yeah, it's interesting. Honestly, for a law firm as well, I think that's a pretty nice way of making some quick money. I've just been like offering the service of being like, you know, I'll just send the letter, and it's just like a predetermined thing. It's all right, obviously like professionally written, but like you tell them what you want it to say roughly, or like what's the situation, or they haven't paid X amount, and I'll put like the number and stuff in, and then I'll just send it, and then I'll just like, it's like on a letterhead as well, so they'll just post that as an official letter, and then you're usually you'll receive a payment because it's a scare tactic. So I always think like, oh yeah, nice, more people like that. Oh, too easy. Whenever somebody requests something like that, it has to go through the tips. So if you would like me to do something, it could we just have a like a thing where like if you could do like a donation. They're where the requests go. Hi, Star Wars lady. Oh, I see. No, that. It's okay. Now you do. Okay, so I'm hoping now we can put some of this yellow in. And then we can start putting in some blue. I think when we start putting the blue paint in, it's already going to give it some lift, and then it'll be pretty recognizable as to like the thing as to what we're doing. But overall, I think it's going to be pretty straightforward because it kind of feels like I'm just going to be doing these like tiny little brush strokes over and over and over again. Hi, Peter, how are you? I really need to pee. So if you could just give me a quick sec. Much better. Right. Back to it, chat. It's hair washing day, so maybe I'll paint it into the hair. Irish wristwatch. Irish wristwatch. There's too much of the Irish wrist. It's the end of Irish and the beginning of wrist together that makes that so hard. Chat, I know so many of you guys are at home also doing Irish wristwatch. Irish wristwatch. Irish. I feel like I need to like do like a reset. Like I need to like. I also feel like I feel like you know when Jim Carrey does his like overacting. I feel like that's what my mouth is doing. Oh my God, Caspian! Can you believe that when I did the Great Wave, that was already 2 days ago? Doesn't it feel like that was like yesterday? I'm starting to feel like yesterday didn't happen. Does anyone else feel the same, or is it just me? Is it just me? It does feel like it was yesterday, doesn't it? It does. Skrill with a gun amnesia. No, but for real. Skrill with a gun. Wow, what a game. I'm so impressed by it. I'm looking forward to playing it again. Oh, you think baby gigs? I hope so. There we go. I think that looks a bit better going into the hairline. But it only goes forward. 1 second at a time. It doesn't matter. Caspian, nice. Cool. Now back in with the light yellow. And then I'm also gonna put some white in here too. Could you imagine if like really famous paintings like these ones, like the artists like themselves were like, I hate that piece. Because you know how like it's always the pieces that like you feel like you don't really like the most are the ones that tend to do well just in general. Imagine if like from all the famous paintings that we know today, like it was all of them. Like imagine if the artists came back and then like people would be like, oh my god, you're the guy who did like the Starry Night with the moon and him being like that's what you know me for. That one. That's what you remember. Because I feel like that would happen to me. Yeah, there must be, right? There must be like, imagine if they were able to come back and then see their stuff and like they go to an art museum and just like the absolute horror that the one that they love the most and they did that they worked so hard on is like not even featured, but instead it's the one that like they did in like 5 minutes. Or it's like a practice piece for a different one. And that's the one that stood the test of time. Imagine how mortified you'd be as an artist. Like, coming back, I'd be like, just take me back, send me back. You'd be so lost. Caspian, I love that beat. I love that episode. It's my favorite episode. The painting was just a joke. Yeah, like, just being like, that was a practice. I was trying to do that. That's the one you like? Yeah, maybe like, not, you know, not this insane, like, amazing other piece. And people be like, what piece? I've never seen it or heard of it. And you just be like, hi, Jay. Happy Saturday. I hope you're having a good one. Because like, I always feel like that's like, okay, like, as an example, the Ayla Secura piece I did today, like, I worked so hard on the video, trying really hard to, like, put the lightsaber in and, like, usually when I've done a lightsaber before, honestly, I've held it really still. So like to move the lightsaber around was tough for me to learn how to do. So I tried and I gave it my best shot and I was like, yeah, I worked really hard on this. And I was like, I think people are gonna really like it. And then I posted it and it just didn't really like, sometimes I post a video and I know it's gonna be like pretty cool and dandy because like it immediately like shoots up like loads of views and stuff. And I'm like, wow, like people really like it. Like people are immediately, and I was like, nothing! Okay, cool, fine, whatever. Like, it's just, I was like, damn, I worked really hard on that. I really thought that, like, it was going to be, like, an immediate win. And I was just like, okay, cool, fine, whatever, never mind. In the future, the 1,000 paints melt. Kyle, that's what happened with Donkey. That's what happened. I turned myself into Donkey from Shrek a long time ago. And out of all the videos on TikTok that hit like 2 million, that was the one. Me just doing a joke paint of turning myself into Donkey. Every time I posted myself as Donkey, it did phenomenally well. And then I'd be like, oh, hi, you all know me for Donkey, but like, look at this other stuff I've done. And then like, nothing. It was just so typical. Like as soon as I did the Donkey, everyone was like, oh my God, look at this. Anything else which I tried really hard on? No. Like Donkey had paper ears. But never mind, such is life. But I would write programs when we were at work to do complicated tasks and nobody really cared. But when I fixed the problem with selling a spreadsheet that they thought was a genius. Yeah, exactly, Zero. I think you've mentioned that kind of stuff before as well. And it's so true. And you sit there and you're just like, what? That's what you like. Of all the things. Of all the things. Yeah, and it was the Donkey that did really well. I ended up with like fan art of the Donkey and all sorts. I just... More Donkey. I did repurchase the prosthetic and I've had it this whole time. I've been waiting for the right moment to strike. the right donkey moment. That's what I've been waiting for. I feel like it's coming up. Oh, I think the playlist ended, sorry. Nope. Baited me. Pretty much, Caspian, yeah, pretty much. I was just thinking that actually, I was thinking that I should do some little bits of filming. Will that be when you're in a really good mood or a bad mood? Good question. There is a new, it's, yeah, oh my god, I honestly, I thought it was a bit silly. Everyone, like, there is a new Shrek film that's coming out, and the trailer has come out, but loads of people were like, Shrek's been ruined. You've ruined my childhood, look what they did to Shrek. Because, like, he looks a little bit different, but I kind of feel like he just looks like he's a little bit older. I really think people have been a bit, like, dramatic, and they've been a bit too muchy about their hatred for the new style of Shrek. Do you know, it's not really that different, really. He just looks like he's aged a bit, which makes sense because now we're seeing that he has a teenage daughter, and teenage implies that there's been at least a minimum of like 12 to 13 years, which makes sense, right? Okay, gotta grab a roll. Aged donkey paint. I think I wouldn't have to age it. I think it would just look older because I look older. Oh, for real, right, Georgia? It's so like, I find it so boring. I kind of feel like it's, I just think like a lot of people would feel a lot happier if they were just a bit more like, it's okay, you know, all right, well, okay, cool, and saved that anger for stuff that really mattered. But like Shrek's eyes being like half a centimeter closer together is not something to burn the house down with. You're being dramatic. Oh my god, I agree with you so hard, Punisher. It's so silly because it's like, but like that film lore, it still exists. You can still watch it. It hasn't been removed. Like, you can still go back. Exactly, no, for real though, I'm sure it's such a silly sentence that people use all the time. If Sonic 4 releases when Shrek 5 comes out at the same time. Wait, what was the latest film that came out? Was it Sonic 3? I thought it was Sonic 4. I haven't seen any of the Sonic films. I really look, I've heard great stuff about them though. Same, Punisher, same. Those things like, and then I'll really get mad. But you know, like, Tomb Raider bringing out some stuff and it's clearly a cash grab. It's disappointing. Is it gonna ruin my childhood and make me mad and make me furiously angry? No. Am I gonna talk about how I think it's kind of unfair and a bit silly? Yeah. Am I really gonna burn the world down because they're selling a bag for £70? No. Like, no. Yeah, 0. And another thing as well about that, I really find really annoying is like when they're like, oh, they just don't make music like this at all. Like they'll never make music like this again. But then you've got someone like, as an example, like Chapel Roan, who is making music almost as if it sounds a little bit dated in some ways, and then they hate her. But I'm like, you can't have, you just want to complain. That's all you want to do. You just want to moan about. Oh, like Sabrina Carpenter, like some of the music, and like her style is like old fashioned Hollywood. Like that's like her whole brand aesthetic and like what she's doing with a modern take on it. And everyone's like, I hate her too. And I just kind of think like, I think you just hate anything that's popular. I think that's all it comes down to. A lot of people are really, a lot of people, they're just really, like, they're just hateful, aren't they? Like, but like someone does it and then they're like, oh, it's awful. But that's what you meant. That's what you wanted. It's so silly. People, honestly, like, they'll just literally look for anything to moan about, and it's exhausting, really. But for real, like, people will just look at anything and just be like, I'm gonna moan and complain about this, and that's what my day's gonna be. And you know what? Treat your day as you want to treat it, but like, leave me alone. Leave me alone for liking it. Oh yeah, what that? Yeah, when they did the thing with the guy, you guys told me about that. I didn't know about that, and then you guys explained it to me. And at first, I still didn't really understand. But yeah, that one, you guys did explain that to me a while ago. Just a strange thing to do. Yeah, I remember you guys telling me, because I remember being like, wait, what? And then when you guys fully explained it, I was like, ugh. Oh, for real, Caspian. Like, that's so boring, isn't it? It's like... And also, like, oh god, like... What an atrocious thing that someone wanted to try something new. Yeah, exactly, Punisher. What were you liking that people don't like you liking? Anything. Literally anything. We were just saying, like, people will complain about like everything all the time, and it's really boring. But then they'll complain that it's not the way that it used to be. But then you'll do something. They'll do something and it'll be like, ah, oh, look, this is like really like blast from the past, super old fashioned, and people will still hate it anyway, but that's kind of what they wanted. And so like, people just can't really win. Or like, people will complain that nothing's evolving, and then they'll be like, we'll keep it the same. So it's just, you might as well just try new things. Yeah, just like, people just being a bit rubbish in general, basically. We're just like, silly. We're just saying that they're a bit silly for it. Mellow. You would have also thought though that like they would do it because then they'd sell more copies. There's like another version that they could do to sell more. But maybe that's a naive way of looking at it. That's how I would have been like, if like I had seen it. It's like, oh, like you could buy these two. They're almost exactly the same, apart from one tiny feature. And then there'll be people who maybe want to buy both, but I'd still be able to. So like, considering like how a lot of stuff gets sold, you would have assumed that they would have probably just brought out more. But like, sure thing. Okay, cool, whatever. So they felt that at some point and they aren't feeling anymore. Yes, but I don't think there's any reason to be on the hate brigade for it. Because no, while it might be nostalgic, there's not like nothing's gonna bring that back, you know? Soldiers out of a drug. Yeah, like I found out about this guy who I used to go to school with. And it's sad, it is sad, but like, I think they wanted to organize like a reunion. But then I kind of found out that like they were getting really angry because like people didn't really want to go. Fair. But then I kind of found out that like there was a lot of really horrible, intense, and like really nasty stuff that happened to him afterwards. And like the last time he felt like things were good and all right was when we were at school, and I was kind of like, it's just not going to be the same though. Like you're bringing all these people back. They've moved on with their lives. Like it's you can't experience what you've previously experienced, and I'm so sorry that what you've gone through is horrible, and it is, but like it'll never be the same. Like you don't know these people for the last 15 years. You don't know them. Like these are different people. Like yes, physically the same person, but like these are different people now. Like I don't think I'm the same person I was when I was like, God, like even like 7 years ago now. Like I feel like I've like evolved to be a very different person. Like yeah, there's some traits and stuff, but like it's not gonna bring it back. And it's really sad because like I can see how it can happen, but yeah, I thought it was like so maybe even if it was for the nostalgia, it's just not gonna bring it back. Hi, it's me, the person that would buy both. We're to say that I'm not spewing on the hate online. I'm just like fine. Just no, exactly. That's like I know I bring it up all the time, but that's how I feel about Tomb Raider. There's so many people that like spew all this like Tomb Raider hate about a lot of stuff, and I kind of just feel like okay, but like you don't have to like go like online and like start like hate brigading against the devs and stuff. Like just leave them alone. Like if you don't like the new game, then you don't like the new game. Just hope that you like the next one, or play the old one. It hasn't gone anywhere. In response to post-hate bullying, it's such a shame, but yeah, unfortunately, like yeah, it just shouldn't be a thing. Like I just find it so bizarre that people are like so comfortable with doing it. You know, it's strange. Like it's so sad. People are so disappointing like that. I'm glad I don't really spend that much time on social media anymore. I'm really glad I don't. I do miss a lot of stuff. Like not like I miss it and I wish I could see it. As in like I just completely don't even see it. That kind of like missing. But whatever. Like yes, it's my job, but that doesn't mean I have to spend all my time on it. As far as I'm concerned, because of my job, I spend enough time on it. Too interested in going to reunions. Part of me is like nosy enough that I would be interested, but I don't think I'd be there very long. I think I'd be like, no way. And then I'd like leave. Because I don't want them to know about me. It's not the same reference they have. Oh yeah, I haven't heard of that quote before, but that's exactly it, isn't it? You replace all your cells at every 70. You're literally not the same person. Yeah, exactly. My issue with Ubisoft aside, I hope that the precedent gets set so that other devs and studios in general will be able to act against persistent hate and slander. I think there is. I can't remember. There was another thing that came about a few months ago where they were saying that like there's like things that can be passed to take action against like extreme hate and discrimination against like when people go on like hate brigade, like the Ada Wong thing. I think it's stuff like that, but I don't know exactly what it was. I remember seeing something about it, but I can't recall all the details. Star Wars Lady did look at me like that. To like protect to like try and like protect actors and like people involved in like the games and stuff. I think I can't remember what it was though. There was something we were talking about it. So there was something. I was drinking coffee when you did that. No, I was like using the brush. I think I was playing around with the brush, but then I managed to like drop it but flick it at the same time, that I aimed it at myself, and I was scared I had aimed it at the paint, but I had managed to paint, but I painted my hand instead, but I caught it, and yeah, anyway, whatever, just yeah, anyway, so apparently yeah, so apparently there is something, but I the way I'm like, oh, it's such a shame that even has to be a thing. It's in my lungs for sure. Oh, snap. There's another star here that I missed. Theo! One of my favorite people in the whole wide world on this planet. Oh my goodness gracious. Theo, how's your painting coming along? Did you have the best time? Thank you so much for all of the love, everyone. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I hope you had a fantastic time. Welcome on in, everyone. My name is Mel Empress07. I like to classify myself as the extreme makeup athlete. And so today I'm doing, hi Sina, how are you doing? So today I'm painting the Starry Night. I actually haven't done this one before. It used to be my favorite painting. Hi Just Pro. It used to be my favorite painting ever, and then now it's not. But I still really like it. Just Pro, thank you very much for 32 months. Thank you. But chat was distracting me and we didn't get as far as I thought. Yeah, fair enough. Such a mood. Are you going to continue it off stream, or are you going to carry on? Are you only going to do it on stream? Yeah, I know, Theo. Part of me was thinking like maybe I should focus on a bunch of stuff that I've never done. To try and like do them, because sometimes I'm like, I can't believe I've never done that. In my own mind, I'm like, how have I done that many and I haven't even done that? So part of me is thinking like maybe I'll just try and like do some other bits. Oh, those cockroaches are in dire need of facing color. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, they've been like I feel like they've been growing in popularity recently too, and I think that it's strange, but I 100% agree that I feel like a lot of the problem is the fact that there's no consequences for these actions. So, and I think that's one of the big problems, really. Really? I didn't know that, Starburst Lady. Yeah, exactly, Nye. Like, that's the thing, is like, it's genuinely like, where are the consequences? But then equally, because I've spoken about it with a few people, but like, where are the consequences? But then equally, how do you do it with keeping some people safe online by protecting their identities? That's the thing, because yeah, right, Punisher, it gives them like it's really mean, but it's easier because to use your yeah, you have to use your ID. That's the thing. But then for somebody like me, that's a problem. Go for the wallets. Go where it really hurt. The cost of living is high enough. But I do feel like it's because of the anonymity, right? And like, well, we can argue like I'm not like 100% anonymous, right? But like in that case, then it would become a problem for someone like myself who like I want to still keep my private life private, right? And so then it becomes a problem. So I think that is the kicker for me, is like, okay, cool, yeah, but then if you introduce like having to have everyone's like full name on there, then it can make things very, very unsafe. Obviously, as we know, for like people who are are women, or people from the LGBTQIA plus spectrum, and like people from different races, like then you know they're like legal information. So then you've got a new, it creates like a different problem. So I always think like I wondered like what's the best way for it, but yeah, I can see why some people would want it to be tied, because then it gets tied to your work and you get to see like what comments people make online. I will say though, one of the things that I find really fascinating with one of the new updates that came into Instagram a couple of years ago was, if you follow somebody and you come across a post, then you'll see their comments coming up. Thank you for the hydrate. You'll see their comments coming up on another post if you're looking at this post, or like you see them. And I had followed some people and I would see that, and I'd click on the comments of a section just to see what people would say, and they were leaving some of the most hateful stuff. And I was so shocked. I was just like, you, of all the people, you, oh my God. And I was glad in a way, because I was able to see it, and I was like, now I know to unfollow you. But yeah, I did think that was interesting. Like, it's not just random stuff now. So like, for instance, if I was to comment on something, I think somebody mentioned this before. They were like, oh, this would be a really funny video to share with Mel, but it came up that I had already liked it because they follow me. And it was like, hee hee, and it was like a really silly video of like some cats or sort of like a dog or something. But then I think that's a really good point of like, then you start following these people and then you get to see what they're like on the internet and such. Yeah, maybe. I wouldn't know. I don't know enough about it. Tough though, but yeah, there's a lot of really hateful people that hide behind the anonymity, and it's not fair. I wish that I wish there was a easy and obvious solution, but I'm glad. Like, I'm not all to be like I'm the real victim here, but like some of the hate that I've experienced simply because of like a game is shocking. It is so shocking. Without knowing what they are. Yeah, I mean, I have no idea. I have no idea. They are! So what is? Maths guys, stay in school. Defends the interests. But then, like, what about people who are not like full-time creators? And then, like, what about creators who like are still trying to like make it? What about people then who become hateful, who are hateful, and they hide under the fact that they're becoming a creator, but just so that they can get access to doing that sort of stuff to maintain the anonymity? Like, I feel like, well, that seems like a decent idea at first. Like, it's not super helpful, and I'm not, this isn't in a hateful way against other people at all, but a lot of people that I see on the internet classify themselves as a content creator. So then I'm kind of like, interesting, because there's no like hardcore line as to like whether you're like, and I'm not saying we should gatekeep it, I'm not like that at all. But then I'm like, interesting that for some people, like, they do it full time, other people do it for a long time, other people it's just a hobby. So then I think like that causes like a new question. Oh yeah, those keyboard warriors, they like coming for me. Doing shows relentlessly. Really? That's so mean that they would harass someone like that. So it was a perfect idea. No, but like, this is what I'm saying is like, you know, there's so many other things that would make it complicated. And I think that's probably why like nothing's happened, is because it's just such a complicated, issue. Yeah, they're just so mean. But like, I think overall, sometimes I feel a bit silly because I get caught in my own bubble. Like generally, most people on here are nice to me. But then there's like, I occasionally then will get something, and then I'll be like, what? Because I'm so like, wait, what? Because I'm so, I get kind of like stuck in my own bubble sometimes, I think. But yeah, we've had like, it is interesting as well because I'm being pushed at the moment. That's why we're not, that's okay. So anyone who's just come in and you're like, why are you not doing a torso paint today? The reason why I'm not doing a torso paint today is because I'm very, very grateful. I'm being pushed for Women's History Month on Twitch. So I'm getting an extra boost from Twitch to like show my stream to more people, which is wonderful. So I've been able to like grow the channel with like a little boost button, which is I'm really happy about, I'm really grateful for. And so new people are coming in, both mean people, both nice people, whatever. But if I was to, if I do a torso paint, I have to mark the stream as 18 plus, and it will remove me from that shelf. The reason why that happens is because so many people like freaked out, cried, formed a brigade.
Get these women and their hot tub and their body paints off my phone. You earth my hairpin. I don't want
And so because of that, like I can't, if I was going to do it now, like obviously I can still do it, but I wouldn't get the extra push because it gets removed from like extra recommended stuff, etc. Yeah, so I'm having more people get to see it, so that's why I thought I'd try and take advantage and do like a face and chest paint today, so I can do that and then it doesn't get marked. Yay! Thank you so much, SK. How are you doing? How are you doing? Welcome on in. Thank you so much for using your Prime on me. It means welcome to get one. Thank you very much. I hope you love the emotes for all Lara Croft. Great impersonation. Thank you. Hi, Alicia. How are you doing? You're really getting the brush stroke texture. It's literally just like tiny, tiny brush strokes. I thought you were taking it easy today because you streamed so much this week. Oh no, this was 100% tactic. Schedule for front page time instead of it being essentially random. It is. Yeah. So I'm not on the carousel. But that's not, so it doesn't work that way. So I can apply to be on the front page and I can apply to be on the carousel, but then they have like shelves. So the shelves, like now it's Women's History Month and you apply on the form to be on that. And then if you like, maybe you will, or maybe you won't, but if you click on that category, then it will just be filled with other people who like did the form. So that's how it works. It's not like, it's not necessarily random. Ah, Shadowgram, thank you so much. I literally went through 2 yesterday and today. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's the eyebrow pencils that I use to do all the sketching out with. And my eyebrows. So thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, for real, Punisher. Because like now, look, like I feel like I'd be able to like really grow the channel if I was able to do a paint today of being like, I don't know, Darth Talon. And people would be like, holy heck, it's Darth Talon. But like, I feel like it would be like really like cool growth and stuff of, you know, like, because I think it's pretty clickbaity on the thumbnail of, you know, seeing what's going on. And so, and I've always been really proud of that, of like trying to make it even on the thumbnail look really like really cool. So I was just like, fine, whatever, but it is what it is. But that was essentially that's how it was solved. Glad to support your eyebrows. Thank you very much. Thank you. And you're nailing the colours. Oh, thank you. I'm like mixing them all as much as possible to try and like figure it all out. But yeah, it's silly. But yeah, so no, to do like the front page stuff, it's not really random. Like if I was going to be on the front page, there is a schedule. I would know exactly what time I would be going on the front page and what day, etc. and what time I'd be taken off. So that's how it would work. If that's the carousel, the shelves work differently because they also typically work in a way that works for like recommended. Thank you very much,
Whenever
Genocide.
I see
Thank
someone
you.
talking about Starry Night, I
Hey!
definitely tongue.
Thank you very much for 100 bits. Thank you. Aww, that's cute, no? But then in some cases, like you can get pre-approved people who work with Twitch a lot, who will end up on the front page like at random times. But those ones, they have signed a thing which says that they accept, and they know that at any random time they're essentially filler, which is a nice place to be in. But they can, when there's not enough people on the front page that have been scheduled, then they'll get pushed into it, but they sign an agreement for that. Yeah, you end up like being on the front page at random times because of it. But you would know that you've essentially signed on a thing which says that that will happen. And you will understand. So say, it's because it happens. So say somebody has a front page slot and they're not streaming. They don't turn up to the stream. No idea why. There'll be like a backlist of people who like will be put on instead. And it's like automated. Avatar painted girl before GTA 6. We've got a lot of things painted over here before GTA 6. I even painted the GTA 6 aesthetic as soon as that came out. Well, what else have we done? We've done the Vice City PlayStation cover. We've done that. But yeah, I've painted Avatar like a million times at this point, so it's pretty easy. GTA 7's gonna come out before GTA 6. Oh my god, can you imagine? Try and upsell the game guide. Like it might happen. I don't think that they'd need marketing. But if they did, I'd be more than happy to help out. For all we know, you're already planning to help out. So came out 28 years before Star Wars 3. Look, see, it's happened before. It can happen again. Wake me up when it comes out on PC with your walking stick. Did I break the NDA by telling everyone that? No, you're fine. It was a good attempt though, Nisha. Respect. It's a cool playlist, right? Yeah, I'm glad it's seemingly recognizable so far. Yeah, well, I wanted it to kind of like flow from my hair across to the side. Because I wanted to tie both in, like the face and this part together somehow. But I didn't want to like do the entire face because it would have been a bit intense. I like it when I incorporate like my hair stripe in. Yeah, I think it's really fun. Kind of therapeutic. Back from dinner. What did you have for dinner today, Zonta? Anybody Nostro? Studio, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome one and everyone. My name is Mel. I'm from 07. That's always I'm a stream makeup athlete. And today I'm painting The Starry Night by Vincent van Gogh. Because I don't know how to pronounce it properly. I've tried a plethora of times to no avail. So that's what we're working on today. I'm good, thank you. What are you doing? Hi, Fishy, how are you? Hope you had a great stream. Wow, that was pretty good, Mel. Zonta, are you being sarcastic? I can't tell. I can't tell. Issa tried to teach me, Zonta, and she told me to pronounce the last GH like I was being choked out. That's what she told me. So that's what I can't tell. So you don't look at me like this. No, for real, almost. Oh, no way! Yeah, Issa taught me. She was like, you need to pronounce it like you're being choked out. That's what she told me. So that's how I've been pronouncing it. Some Disney Dreamlight Valley, just still since a bit under the weather. Oh, bless your soul. Where are you up to in Disney Dreamlight Valley? I got the Encanto house and deleted all the trees and then got frustrated and never played it again. Thanks, Theo! I think it looks cute. You just unlocked Hades. Nice! I didn't even know you could get Hades in Disney Dreamlight Valley. I wish I could just pick certain characters. Because so many characters in that game wind me up. Hi, Zane. Oh, really? One of the expansion? I didn't know that. Got you, got you, got you, got you, got you. Oh my god, in Australia, that sounds delicious. I didn't realise until like a little bit ago that I'm actually really hungry. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a quick BRB. Go get myself some Crispos or something. Maybe I'll put this mug in the dishwasher too while I'm at it. Bye, enjoy. What kind of crisps? Can't decide between prawn cocktail or salt and vinegar. I'll go do that now. Sorry, Kimura. If you post links in chat, it'll come up with an asterisk, so I don't really know what you just said. Oh, yeah, maybe. Well, that's exactly what I'm painting today, Lord. My snip feed. Well, that's not great. Looks like snip feed's gone under construction. Love that for me. Wonderful. All right, guess I'm moving to Linktree soon. Thanks for letting me know. Love that. I had no idea. We have no idea how long it's been like that. I haven't got a clue. I only use Snipfeed as well because, like, years ago they emailed me and was like, oh my god, we're so much better. And I was like, whatever. And they were like, you should use us. And I was like, yeah, okay, cool, whatever. And then I was in the middle of making a link tree anyway. So I was like, yeah, sure, why not? And this is how they repay me. Never mind. Thanks for letting me know. I appreciate it. Right, be right back. I'm gonna go put this in the dishwasher, get myself a snack, do a quick pee break. Okay, chat, BRB. Maybe we'll do this seeing as we're having some new friends pop in. Muted myself, didn't I? Muted myself, started coughing. No, streamer, you're all so funny. Can't get it to loud, that'll do. Unfortunately, I live a lot of my life on camera, so you have to do a lot of things like in a manner which isn't going to be taken sexually, so. Me out of contact. Maybe so. And in this case, what? £3.50. I think that's why it's, I think it's Walkers that did it. They switched the colours round. The same way that Coca-Cola switched the colours round for Santa. But some companies still keep it as, is Lay's a brand? Lay, yes, it's the same brand, but it's called Walkers. Hi Nez, how are you? Yeah, it's kind of like, whenever I see Lay's, I always think it looks really weird. Just because I'm so used to seeing Walkers. But yeah, so for us it's Walkers. But I think Lay's is worldwide. I feel like it's like, oh, Lay's maybe everywhere but here. Yeah, I forgot about Lynx Next, yeah. Yeah, it's just different. It depends on the crisp brand, which is kind of annoying because like I'd like to just, everybody else seemingly agrees that pink means prawn cocktail and red means ready salted. Actually, no. Some companies do it as a white bag, don't they? But I feel like the salt and vinegar and the cheese and onion one is the one that like it gets confusing. Yeah, TJ Maxx hit. Yeah, so I thought it was I thought that was really weird when I first went to the US, and I was like, that's such a weird coincidence because I was really young. I was like, that's crazy. In the UK, we have one almost exactly the same. What made you decide to do a Van Gogh project? Never painted it before, might as well paint it. Just my warm-up for the Sistine Chapel. Yeah, TJ versus TK Maxx. But it looks weird when you just see it, right? You're looking at it like I used to have that thing downloaded where you could like help somebody out, where they could call on you it was for people who were like visually impaired, and then they could use this app. I think it was called like Be My Eyes, and then like you'd randomly get a call like apparently, and then and somebody who's visually impaired will be able to ask you a question and be like, which one is this one I can't see or something. And I had it on my phone for I think like 4 or 5 years and I never got a call. And I was sad. I was like, it would have been nice to have like been helpful. But yeah. But I had it on my phone for so long. I really thought that maybe I get to use it. But I guess also, like, in that instance, maybe people would just ask somebody else in the shop. It does feel like you've stepped into a parallel universe. It's like, why is it? It's so close, but not close enough. Yeah, I think it's a good way to like tie the paint here and the face makeup together. I was thinking about it for a while because I was thinking like what's the best way to make it seem like it's all one. And someone talks to you in the lip. Ah! Thanks so much, Saw. How are you? Yeah, I kind of feel like in the UK, like the attitude is very much like mind your business and you mind your business, not on my mind. Like it's not in like a nasty way, but it's like just like mind your business. Yeah, and I feel like past good morning, it's more like the weather's nice, or like they'll carry on walking, so there's no like real conversation. It's just like morning, just like in a nice way, and like that's it. You know what I mean? Like there's no empty conversation. What I feel like, I think to me it sounds like it's just a bit more, just like pleasant. Yeah, exactly. And it's like, but like they'll keep walking. Like it's not going to be like, now let's stop and have a conversation. I feel like that's reserved for dog walkers. I die in the US. Yeah, apparently Finland is real with the lack of small talk. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like people just minding their own business and stuff. Yeah. People waiting in train stations. Yeah, the train station people, especially when it's exactly the same one every single day. But when I was in London, still didn't really speak to each other. Which is fine, because I feel like at 8 o'clock in the morning, you don't want that. Hello Matt, how are you? I'm glad that you like the paints. It's how you say it, not what you say. No, because you can still be rude with what you've said. I wouldn't agree with that. When the video is over in just a few seconds, yeah. Toasty's showed me some of the emails that they send at work, and like it is so brutal. Like, they're another level. I mean, honestly, I respect it. Hi, Minimal, how are you? And they won't say a word to you. Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, like little bits like that. I think it's kind of like a time and place, but like most people you'll meet, they'll just leave you alone. It was amazing. Oh, nice! Have you seen the Doctor Who episode? I know, Theo! It feels so silly, doesn't it? Aw, thanks, Theo. My mum recently did a puzzle, but it was really like... It was really hard, because everywhere that there was like a touch of the yellow, it was like reflective gold foil. And I felt like when I was trying to help her with the puzzle, I was like... It was so reflective. It was really confusing. Oh my god, it's so emotional, isn't it, Queen? I only watched the end scene and it's so tear jerky. Well, I got her another one for Mother's Day, and it's definitely not. It was a mean one. It's a really mean puzzle. But I just feel like she does puzzles quite quickly, and she does think that the puzzles are hard, but she does manage to get through them quite quick. So I got her like this, like just basically like a gradient of just colours, and it's 2,000 pieces. How was thinking like, well, it'll take her a while to do it. I do kind of fear though that like, you know when like you find someone finds out something that you like and then like that's all they ever buy you ever. Because you kind of like liked it for a brief period of time and then like, I'm worried I'm hedging into that because I'm like, oh, yes, jigsaw puzzles, there's loads of jigsaw puzzles out there. I can do jigsaw puzzles, I can send you, I can give you jigsaw. Because like my mum's quite difficult to buy for. So now I'm a little bit like, oh, I hope I don't get, I hope like I can figure something else out for like her birthday and not just rely on jigsaw puzzles. Yeah, Bob Ross is very ASMR-y. Very, very relaxing to watch. Hi Silver, how are you? Then you get lots of cat gifts. Does it? Like cat-themed things or gifts for the cat? Like you and wolves. Oh my god, I forgot about that. That's so funny. Cat-themed things. Do you have a cat, Leisha? Wait, chat, hands up. One's in chat or hands up. Do you, if you have a cat? Oh, there he is. You have a black cat. Cute. Alright, we got a few cat owners in the chat. We have a few cat owners. On a random evening. So, now we were talking about this earlier. Like, what if I've abandoned the cat? The cat's funny. But like, what if this was just like a warm-up paint that he did and he didn't really care for it? Because like how when I post anything online, I feel like when I put loads of work into it, I'm like, damn, that was really good. I'm really proud of this paint, and then it totally tanks it, because like other people don't really care. But then I do a post, and I'm like, God, that was whatever. And then people are like, wow, phenomenal, absolutely amazing, Jesus Christ, wow, that's the most amazing thing I've ever seen in my life. And I'm like, did you see what I posted last week? And they're like, irrelevant, look at what you've just done. So I was like, we were saying like, imagine if like loads of artists suddenly came back in like a time machine and they saw what artwork like was the one that people recognized them for. They're like, oh my God, you were the one who did the Starry Night. And Van Gogh being like, what? Like, imagine if instead, like, they were mortified, right? They were like absolutely mortified over the fact that like the one that like has stood the test of time is actually just like a warm-up piece. So I don't know. It would be interesting because like also like fair enough, like he's sat there and he's come up with it and you know what have you. But then I also think like, you know, imagine if like it was all kind of like a fluke. So maybe it'd be like, oh damn, like you've done that really quickly. But equally he could be like, it was a warm up for me too. So it'd be interesting. Moon, is it all right if we please have it in English only? Because we can't moderate it. Well, there we go. So that's why I was like, fair enough. But also, it's one thing to just imitate and copy. It's another thing to come up with it as like an original, right? No, you're totally fine, Theo. I was translating anyway. Hello, Dub, how are you? Yeah, Silver. And like we were saying this as well with like Hokusai and the Great Wave, and like that one was just like a wood carving that sold for the same price as a bowl of ramen, which is crazy for us to think because like what the hell? But then equally like at the time, you know, it's just I think there is something that's very like sad in a way about it because it's like the artists are not appreciated like while they're living. They're appreciated and almost honestly like exploited when they've passed away. Like think about how much like tacky merchandise you've ever seen that just has like these artwork pieces on it that's like a total rip-off. But you know, I kind of think like this. I think there's like almost like a lesson to be learned in there about it, like you know, appreciating artists' work while they're alive. But yeah, I do wonder, like, imagine if they all came back and then just saw, like, they're like, that one! And, like, they show off, like, an amazing piece that they were really proud of and no one cares because they're still, like, totally hung up on, like, this warm-up of the Starry Night. Like, what if it's that? Yeah, exactly right, Nice. So I think, in a way, like, there's a lesson to be, there's like a lesson to be learned in there, you know? I'm sure I'm dead, yeah. Everyone appreciates what you did then. Right? Well, it's such a toxic thing. Maybe they'd be new pieces and they'd have different meanings. You can have the playlist if you want. If you do exclamation mark playlist, it'll come up. I've made it so like other people can listen to it too. Ah, thank you. I think I've kind of like figured it out. I'm getting a bit quicker now. Beg to disagree on that one, Joshua. About cats from early, does everybody know here never to cut their whiskers? Yes. I like seeing Meg's cat on stream because sometimes like you just see like what looks like a little question mark like walk behind her like that, or like it'll just like you'll just see like a little tail like like this on the bottom, or like this. It's really cute. Or like her cat will be like on the bookshelf and then like just up here you'll just see like every so often you'll just see like a tail. It's so cute. Maybe some, but we're never gonna know. Oh, we will never know. There's so many things that we literally wouldn't know. But it is a shame that people don't get to be appreciated until after they've like passed away. Most people are famous for being famous. I think they've done something to get that level of attention on them. Maybe they're really awesome at marketing or something, but I wouldn't necessarily say that makes a lot of sense, to be honest with you. Mega, you can call me Mel. We don't do pet names here. How are you doing, House? I hope you're having a good day today. Metallica only. This isn't Metallica. How's the Targaryen doing God's work? Thank you. Thank you for the hydrate. Chat, please don't forget to hydrate as well. 1 second. So much for gifting a sub to House. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you love the emotes. They're all Lara Croft except the ones that aren't. Work wrong. Thanks, V6. How are you? I'm doing my best. No. Stretch. You stretch. God, how many hours did I stream this week out of interest? Let's have a look at my dashboard, see what it says. "41 hours. Thank you for the sponsorship. Sweet Jesus! I hope you get overtime. That's really fun. Hey, but this means I'm getting closer and closer though to my my milestone. The achievements I've got left on Twitch. The next one, 5 million total hours watched. And I'm on 1.14 million. So but dear God, that's some hours. I know, no, don't worry, Queen. I never read it any other way. We'll get there, slowly but surely. It's only taken me 7 years to do 1/5 of it, so... we'll get there. I've got hair Oh no, thank you very much. Thank you for the overtime. Thank you. Ooh, ah. Streams every day, builds it straight back up again. I know, right? I do actually need to transfer some of those across. He did. Who doesn't? I think. Do you know, yesterday I was like, I'm going to do a really short stream, and it was 5 hours. Yeah, you don't really know what a short stream is. Do you know what? No, I don't. I don't. I do find it confusing when I watch another creator and they're like, it's like 2 hours have gone and they're like, bye everyone. And because I sometimes I like go to raid them and I'm like, but we just started. Like we've just started the stream. I don't understand. In 2 hours. No, but for real, I sit there and I'm like, we've just gone live though. But you just got here. In my mind, a short stream for me is 4 hours. Like if I ended it now, I'd be like, that was quick. Oh, so she does know what a quick paint is. Yeah, so basically I can paint quite quickly, but I get distracted a lot. And then I ended up being able to paint really fast, right? Really, really, really quickly. To the point where we didn't really know what to do for some of the stream. And then I'd be like, guess I'm gonna go. And then what I started to do was I started filming videos during the stream. I only used to do like the ending. So then I started filming like how I'm doing the videos, trying to make transitions and stuff while I'm also doing it, while I'm also obviously doing the stream. So then that ended up taking some more time and I like adding time onto it. And then I just kind of like started, I feel like I dawdle around a lot and get distracted. But I can do it quickly, but there was a period of time where I was very, very quick. How are you gonna simulate the missing ear? Well, Done. Easy. Hi, Captain. How are you? Evidence I've streamed more. 16 hours and 21 minutes on Twitch! Make my work week fun. It was the mop skater, wasn't it? Parkour. Yeah, I'm being boosted by Twitch this week, this month. So that's why I've got a higher viewership than usual. It's very nice. I'm very grateful for it. I'm able to grow the channel a little bit more with a bit of added help. So I feel pretty happy. Mel! I honestly thought that message as to do my damn job once is, but yeah, I know, right? Some of you guys do make me laugh though. I feel like sometimes I can tell when you're meant to be working and you're not. Yeah, Mr. Pike, that's why. So I'm getting boosted this week, so I was like, well, I might as well stream a bit more. Try and grow the channel as much as I can while I've got like some added help. But yeah, obviously it means that we've got to do more modding. appreciate you calling me out. But I start roughly figuring out like when certain people are meant to be at work, because they usually tell me when they're going to work, or like I can usually kind of get a good idea. And so sometimes I see you guys and I'm like, I'm pretty sure you shouldn't be here. But like, I don't know if you're like taking a day off or something, but sometimes I'm like, Jackpot is absolutely one of them. Jackpot's literally like, anyway guys, I've got to go because I've really got to focus on work, and then we'll start replying to other people in the chat and won't leave. They're like... Sometimes work just needs to wait! To be fair, I used to sit and watch Twitch when I used to be at work. I'd be working as well, but I'd be doing something so mind-numbing that I would be able to do both at the same time. Short stream today. Yeah, just a little one. Why do you ask? Oh, never mind. Yeah. Don't know what you mean. Oh, you like it, Brie? Yeah, I wanted to. Do you know what? Out of all the paints I've ever done, I felt silly because I realised I haven't done this one. So I was like, oh, well, I might as well just go off and paint that. Like, add it to my repertoire of things I've painted. It is kind of nice how, come by sometimes since I changed my name from Kitty Faye. I'm good, thank you. How come you wanted to change your username? Does gaming with Brie feel a little bit more you? Is it? No. You like the Starry Night? Yeah, it's just kind of like, it used to be one of my favourite paintings ever. But I think, I know this sounds really silly, I think I like bought too many things at the time that, that had it on, that I kind of got a bit fed up of seeing it in my house. So that was years ago though, so I kind of like haven't really like paid too much attention to it. I think I bought like one too many like things. Have like phone cases and all sorts with it on, and then I kind of got a little bit fed up of looking at it. So, but yeah, so it used to be one of my favorite pieces. I need to change mine for a couple of reasons, but I have been unable to choose a new name for a month. What ideas do you have for a new name, like Queen? Like, do you have any like thoughts on what they might be? To be more authentic, got you? Sure thing. I think it feels weird when like you kind of change your username for the first time, because there's been a few moments before where like I've gone into a chat, but like for instance like on the TV, I think I'm signed in. Oh no, on the iPad it used to be signed into Ghost's account on Twitch, and I didn't realise, and so I think I was watching someone, and then I typed something in chat. And not that like me, but I felt really sad because like they didn't know it was me and I didn't realise I was on Ghost's account. So I was like, and they're like, oh okay, yeah, hello. And I was like, friend? It's me, friend. Friend? The Great Wave is, oh my god, Kyle, no way. Wow, what a week to tune in. Well, if someone takes your old name after you change yours, your old name, that's it then, isn't it? I want to make it as similar as I can so people know who I am, but equally, you can just tell people, I suppose. Yeah. It just feels more you. That's a nice way of picking it. I know like Theo changed her username years ago, and I remember it being like, it's not like a major thing, but it was just kind of like, well, now what? I think in a way, like Queen, you almost ended up, not you in particular, but you can almost end up with like an identity crisis surrounding it, like, but like, which one feels more me? Like, which one like represents me more? Who even am I? Like, I think you can like very easily walk into a little bit of like a like a crisis around it. Thanks so much, Cara. How are you doing today? Welcome on in. redirects when people have a redirect when people change their names. As in, like, show people what they used to be before. But that's what you do on Twitch, yeah. That makes sense. Gets locked out for about a year or a long time, so nobody can use it straight away. Oh, really? In another platform, and I respect the other person, but I don't necessarily want to be confused for them. Got you. Troll names also welcome. Was this hard to paint? No, I just wanted something a bit straightforward today, because I've done a lot of streams this week. So I was thinking it would just be nice to do something which is a bit more like, a bit more normal, I guess. I didn't want to do anything too difficult. Like, literally, I feel like all I'm doing is this. I'm just doing like the same brush stroke over and over and over again in different colours and different directions. I feel like that's all I'm really doing. It's not really too difficult. Should I watch it? Yeah, it's really... Yeah, but just know, as a Superman film, it's terrible. Queen. There was a trend happening on TikTok a few weeks ago where they did like a username thing where people would be like, somebody help me with my, I want a fun username. And they'd be like, and my name's Alice. And then the comment sections were filled with like Alice puns or things that like sounded funny with an Alice name. If you have a look and type in like the username trend or something TikTok and then followed by your first name, maybe there's one in there. You can get some ideas. I know, yeah, so then there was like a whole trend. Some of them are really creative. Yeah, super easy to remove, and I just use water activated body paints. So these ones, I literally just dip my brush in water and then just pick the paint up and then that's it. Super easy. Super easy to remove because it's water activated, so technically I reactivate it when I just like hop in the shower and then it all comes straight off. Done! Oh, thanks Theo. Yeah, like there's like a quick video which kind of like shows a bit more like how easy it comes off. It's so easy. I've been trying to film more removal videos to post online because I think it's helpful, but I've filmed them. I haven't edited them all yet, but I'm working on it. I still can't put on a wig right, but your cosplay paint blows my mind every time. Thank you very much. They can be really hard, especially like a lace front wig, but sometimes I think it also depends because like some people's hairline I think my hairline is pretty easy and like fits a wig really well, but some people's hairlines come quite far down here as well, which is quite tricky to be able to get that under the wig as well, you know what I mean? Billions and billions of stars, something like that. Right, so we're gonna need a dark green. When I'm cleaning windows. This dark green will do. Have you ever painted on canvas? I used to do watercolors, and occasionally I'll do a watercolor. I don't like it as much as this. Something I think is fun is buying or supporting other artists online when they do colouring pages or like things to colour in. So as an example, I supported an artist on Patreon, and I got this Tomb Raider drawing, and then I painted it with watercolours. So like occasionally I'll do something like this, but it's just like a little bit of fun. But this is what I prefer to do. Like, this is nice and all, but now I'm just like, okay, like that was just fun. It's like an exercise almost. Hi Omni, how are you? Hi AC. Oh my god, I don't know about that. That would be crazy. It doesn't like no. I like watercolor, like it's nice, but like I don't really care for it that much. I used to sell my watercolor pieces, but honestly, trying to keep up with them was tough. Is the tree behind your painted tree? No, it's from IKEA. But I want to get a bigger artificial plant there. I think it would look a lot nicer. I think I made the backdrop look nicer. I will say my wig head here does look like there's someone stuck there. It does look really haunting looking at that actually, doesn't it? When do you think your shop will be open again? Hopefully next week. Hopefully, but I'll do my best to make it. As they show their clothing line. Honestly, I've got to be honest with you, I think I'd ruin the clothes because it transfers, so. Until the train comes back! Yeah, maybe you've got a point. Has Ghost recovered from all the printing yet? I don't think so. I don't think so. Oh my god, yeah, no. Insane. I don't think they'll all be that quick, but... Asking for me! That was the first one, yeah, that was the first time I'd launched a shop. It was good. I felt a lot more comfortable that it was controlled. It was nice as well, but yeah, it was good to do. It was a lot better than how it used to be, in my opinion. That's very kind of you, Scotty, thank you. What medium do you enjoy? Yeah, Fergie! How are you doing today, Fergie? So glad it went well, thanks! Yeah, Fergie, it's going good. Aw, Nostro, that's cute. Thank you. Is the inkjet printed? The thing is though, is sometimes it's like, I'm good, and then like another time they'll be like, and then you'll be like, oh my god, what's wrong? And they'll be like, nothing. Like that's just how printers are. Silly things. Use acrylics and oils, nice. They have dropped, like, literally, that's exactly what printers are like. They're so like finicky about stuff. They're like, no thank you. No. No. No, 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 no. Yeah, I might do the print, I might not. Silly things, aren't they? I don't know what you're talking about, Lord. That's nice, super easy. You have to paint backwards. I'm just looking in a mirror, so I feel like it's pretty straightforward. Like, I feel like when people like look in a mirror and they do things like their everyday makeup or like they shave their face, you do get used to like looking in a mirror and like doing something. Yeah, I think that it is a nice painting, isn't it, Sheep? You just get used to like looking in the mirror for like just doing something. So if any, I just feel like I'm doing my makeup like that. I don't really feel like I'm doing any mental calculations. Like, I literally just feel like the same way I would do something like, the same way I'd look in a mirror and I'd do this is, to me, is exactly the same as doing this. So I don't really feel like there's anything different when I'm doing it, but yeah, I can appreciate maybe I see it differently because I've just done it for so long, but that's how I view it. She painted a face on her neck! Anonymous! Thank you so much! Thank you very much for the 20 gifted subs! Thank you so much, that's so kind! Oh, Anonymous, thank you so much, that's so kind! Thank you, thank you, thank you! Guys, if you got hit with a gifted sub, please don't forget to say your thank yous! Thank you, 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 thank you! Oh my god! Thank you for the ladies, thank you for music, thank you for gifted Aria, thank you for Aria, thank you for Love, thank you for Nicole, thank you for Rain, thank you for gifted Asia, thank you for Reckless, thank you for Nicola, thank you for Darren, thank you for Gareth, thank you for Dry, thank you for Leah, thank you for Danny, thank you for Spirit, thank you for Meeting, thank you for General, thank you for Merger, thank you for Sleepy, thank you for Great Baby, thank you very much! That's very kind, thank you so much, thank you! Oh, that's so kind, Jesus, that's a lot of subs, thank you! Damn! Aaliyah got one! Yay! Aaliyah's so lovely. Yangs, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Did you just get robbed of a hype train? Did it... Did you just get robbed? Was that like daylight robbery in its finest? Or was that just me seeing that? Let's go! Thank you so much! Thank you. It was. Yes, Santa, let's go! Thank you so much! Thank you! You guys are so lovely. Level 5! A level 5 hype train! Look at all those chickens. It's me!
Pedro, 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 praticamente il meglio di Santa Fe.
Oh my god, the
Pedro, 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 fidati di me. Pedro, 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 praticamente il meglio di Santa Fe. Pedro, 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 fidati di me. Pedro, 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 praticamente il meglio di Santa Fe. Pedro, 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 fidati di me.
Yeah, it's Queen!
Pedro, 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 praticamente il meglio di Santa Fe. Pedro, 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 fidati di me.
You're going places! Thank you very much for all the bits, thank you. I have no idea what's going on, but I'm here for it. So you know what? Hell yeah! Thank you very much. Whenever we get a Pedro, spin the camera. Or there's an attempt to anyway. Thank you very much for all the bits. Thank you very much. It's a crazy hype train! Thank you so much! Bloody hell! Blimey! lights, they're all Lara Croft. So the one for that. I was here. Did you know, and I did think this was really, really cute, was they were doing it, I think there was like an excavation somewhere, I can't remember. I feel like it was maybe in Greece somewhere, or Rome. Anyway, no, I think it was in... Thank you very much, thank you. Level 6, thank you. I can't remember exactly where it was, but they did an excavation and they found like this really old building, but there was carvings in it from people, and some of them were things like really old-fashioned names. I'm trying to think. I don't know. Trying to give an example of one, and I'm struggling. Let's say Venus. It'd be like Venus was here. Like that's what it translates to. It's nice to know some things just don't change. Thank you so much, Hal. Thank you for gifting to Leisha. Thank you very much. Thank you. I was like, damn. Well, or it'll be like, so-and-so is a insult. There's like things like that were carved into the walls. So like, it's not too dissimilar to what people would like write on like public bathroom stalls. I'll never be sorry about the recorder. You play it masterfully. Thank you. I couldn't agree more. Hi, Torzilla. How are you doing today? Ooh, I missed out a big bit over here. In my mind, I'm thinking about like what other paintings I might do on Tuesday, but I don't know if I'm just going to considerably get slowly worse and worse throughout the rest of March. I'm starting to be a cause of concern for myself. Hi, Douglas. How are you doing today? Do you stream daily? I'm meant to stream Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday and Saturday. Almost. But I also have no self-control and end up streaming on some of the other days as well when I'm not meant to. My community tells me off for not taking breaks. So I think that is basically almost yes. I shouldn't, but almost.
Okay, let's do this fucking shit.
Shouldn't Tuesday be a day off? It should. Will it? Don't know. Choo choo! Thank you so much for this hype train, chat. Thank you. Thank you. We have to force Mel to go on holiday. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, my attempt at a day off is like sitting on the sofa and like editing a video. Working on an NDA. Hi Naruto, how are you doing today? Hi Dame, how are you? Oh yeah, AC. Yeah, like I think the panels get minimum 3 months like work goes into them beforehand. I think when you apply for a panel, it's like 3 or 4 months before TwitchCon. Backpacks or book bags? As far as I'm concerned, a book bag, I would associate a book bag being something that's different. I'm not as sturdy from what I understand, but maybe I know book bags to be different. What they say there for school bags when kids wear on their back, a backpack. This is amazing. Thanks so much, Krabby. How are you doing today? Glad to hear it. Well, Nibius. Damn. To no one's surprise, I had a Tomb Raider one. To absolutely no surprise to anyone at all, ever. that's very kind. Thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. You of all people! Thank you so much, Mortis, thank you. Shocking. Absolutely shocking. Mhm. I did start wearing it because it was kind of like a side bag, and then I think school pressure, having to like get a bag which looked a bit more stylish. So then my dad used it until it broke. So he used it for work. You vote blue eye mask for everyday wear. No one's stopping you. Go for it. I know. And then I was like, oh, because I was trying to like fit in at school. I'm like, oh, like maybe, gosh, this piece of hair is stressing me out. So, oh, maybe like I'd be like cool if I. That's so silly. I know. Missed that bag. I really did. I got it for free, but Kyle! Thank you very much. Thank you. Just so my bit count ends in 777 this week. Yay! What a number! GG's. Thank you very much. Thank you. I actually did see a picture of it somewhere. Interestingly though, I did speak to someone that I knew from school, but years ago. I hadn't seen them in years. And then I came across them and he was like, oh yeah, because you always used to wear the Tomb Raider backpack. And I was like, that's what you remember? I wonder if I can easily find a photo of it. Now, do you know, Nivius, when I was at university, I was known as Cool Makeup Girl. It was like a cross body, but kind of like a backpack thing, like a giant triangle. That was the bag I used for school. Oh, look at it! I was so young as well, I was like, it's got Lara Croft's real signature on it. So stupid. It's right there! Yeah, no, it's a cool school bag. Yeah, it's cool. That was my school bag. I got it for free when I bought when my parents got me my PlayStation 2, because we bought like, we spent over a certain amount of money or something in Toys R Us, and then it came with this bag. Released by Grosvenor of London PLC in the UK in 2000. That's the bag I had. It's a cool bag. I actually haven't seen another Tomb Raider bag that I've looked at and been like, damn, that's cool. Whereas I feel like that one, yeah, that's like the one that I always, yeah, I don't have it anymore. I think it just broke in the end. Did you ever think of writing to Lara, or did you know she wasn't real? I knew she wasn't real, but I'm an only child, so she was my imaginary friend. So cutie. I still use the DA bag. Oh my god. I forgot about that. I completely forgot about that. Oh my god! Oh my god, Queen. I forgot about that. You were like, was it the right bag? She's real to me. Was it the right bag, Queen? That's insane. I actually couldn't remember. So, chat, like, when I was signed with DeviantArt on their official art team years ago, and it was a crazy announcement, I was so happy. Queen in the chat was like, you know, DeviantArt used to do this one bag, and I used to love it so much. And did you lose it or something happened to it? And Queen was like, damn, I loved that bag. She was like, that's got so many amazing like compartments. It was a really solid, good bag. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. Anyway, long story short, I ended up going to the DeviantArt offices in LA. I'm still flabbergasted. Yeah, right. I actually wasn't sure it was the exact one. I went to the DeviantArt offices in LA, and they had like a bit where they'd give stuff to like artists. And I think I saw the bag, or they mentioned it, and I was like, I have a community member who has been speaking about this bag for years. And there's like, yeah, this bag is like, I really like this bag, and they're like, oh, you can have it. So I was like, no way. So I don't think I said anything to you, Queen, until like, I think until I got back. I can't remember. Anyway, so I took it, and I was like, oh, I'll post it to Queen. I'll ask if it's alright first. Obviously, I'll just take it anyway, but then I'll ask you if it's alright. And it was the exact bag. The exact same bag. Whoa! Different version, but like, yeah, the DeviantArt gear, yeah, it was the, oh, sorry, like the logo or something had changed, yeah. I think it said something like, I need to talk to you, yeah, and I managed to find it. Managed to find the bag at their offices, and they let me take it home. So I was like, oh my god, yeah, I'll give it to Queen, because I know Queen mentioned it. Such a 3 feet from me. Yeah, I remember. I think I saw it or something and was like, is that the bag that's got loads of compartments? And they were like, oh yeah, something like that. And I think there was like one left, but they just never gotten rid of it, because I think it was an old bag. They weren't doing anything. They just had like a bit where there was like loads of like crap, right? And they were like, yeah, they were like, take anything you want. And I was like, okay. Oh, sure. So yeah, I took a bunch of stuff. Some of the stuff I don't know why I took it at panic. There was like temporary tattoos and stuff, and I was like, yeah. And anyway, I never used them. I think I just threw them out. But yeah, the bag was one of them. I remember seeing it and thinking like, Queen has spoken about this bag. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm really glad I took it. You know, Queen, I'm really glad I took it, considering like I'm not necessarily going to be invited back, am I? Yeah, no stress, no fight. Honestly, like, might as well just. They weren't doing anything with it, and I was like, they said I could have it, so I mean, I knew you wanted it, so I was like, might as well Might as well use my influencer privileges. Honestly, like, I probably shouldn't say it, but like, there's been so many times when I've had someone be like, oh, it's really stressful, like, I don't have anything. It's usually actually like mascara. They're like, oh yeah, I really want so and so, but like, it's really expensive. And then I've been like, and then like just collected loads over time from companies, and then just here you go. Or like they've been like after something, and then I've got an offer for something, and I've just like posted about it and then like passed it on to somebody who I know really wants it. Because like, I mean, they're giving it away for free anyway. Queen, do they sell anything now on the DeviantArt thing? Or is the shop completely gone? Because they were really pushing to sell stuff. No way, Queen. Bloody hell. I'm just glad that like again, I appreciate this is gonna try and this is gonna seem like I'm trying to make myself sound like a hero, and it's not my intention. I'm glad that I like pay enough attention to the chat that I'm able to be like, oh actually, I know somebody mentioned this bag. Demon Gear shop is gone, but they have a shop for like, oh, got you. I wasn't sure if because they started doing like, they really wanted to do like a hard sell on stuff. Like the panic was real. I mean, like, it is a shame how like it all worked out in the end, but yeah, it was such a shame. Podro, you can call me Mel. We don't do pet names here. Oh, I love the emo! That's the one that I was able to announce on the Twitch front page. Oh my god! I forgot I did that stream! That was like 2 weeks ago. I completely forgot about that, chat. That was, oh my god, that was like the forefront of my mind for weeks. I forgot about that. Happy. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kyle. Oh my god, I can't believe I actually forgot about that stream. God, yeah, and I did the announcement for that vote as well. Just a bit. Didn't even notice. Like 78 in the past month. No, there was not that many. What did we do? Did we do the Yakuza one? And then we did Rainbreaker, and then we had the Gogh, and then we had the front page thing. What else have we done? Oh yeah, we did Avowed. Can't remember anymore. Oh yeah, we did Wallace and Gromit. Yeah, because Wallace and Gromit was the Wallace and Gromit was the same week. Yeah, Like a Dragon, that was the Yakuza one, wasn't it? That was the same week as the front page thing. That front page thing really took it out of me though. Like, I was so stressed out and nervous about that. I gave myself such bad stomachache the day off. My God, I got to the point I wasn't sure if I could even do the stream. I was stressing out about it so hard. I was so worried I was going to mess it up. But it was fine. It was fine in the end. Yeah, I really stressed myself out about it. Because I always, I just worry. And then I was kind of like, whenever I do the hosting stuff, right? Like, last year, I'm fine after I've done it a few times. But, like, the first one, when I was on stage doing that very first one, I checked my heart rate as I left the stage. And my heart rate, I think, was 137. Because I was so stressed out about it. I was like, hi, everyone. And then on the inside, I was like, ah! Then I was like, thank you so much. I'll see you all at the end. And I walked off stage, and I looked at my Fitbit, and I could feel it. I was like, I was freaking out. I think maybe I've gotten pretty good at hiding when I'm really I'm at my absolute most highest freak out point. Oh! And yeah, that was tough. That was tough. But then after like I'd done it a couple of times, I was completely fine. I think Zero. That was my last or my second to last one, and by that point I was like, my god, yeah, that was tough. That was tough. How do you find it best to handle the stress? Like this? So like I think at one point I was doing the front page stream and I was like this, like. And another amazing thing is that we have a new emote and it's been designed by our very own. But like underneath I'm like like this. Yeah, like you can like crank it to be like really. So like that, I feel like is the best way, because otherwise, because that's one of the reasons why I tend to snap stuff, because I sit there like hardcore like snapping pens, etc. Because I'm like gripping something really hard. But like it's like the nerves. I was more nervous about it. I get really nervous. Crush apples in the hands. They just cease to exist in my hands. So yeah, that's kind of what I do. I have one of these, and then I don't necessarily like pump them. It's more so like that. That's what I feel like I focus on. But yeah, it's God, it was tough. There's like a spring. Yeah, it's I get real nervous about it. I just get really nervous every time because I'm always like, oh my god, like I don't want to do anything. I don't want to like ruin it for somebody else, especially if I'm like doing hosting. Like, as far as I'm concerned, I'm like, I don't want to ruin somebody else's panel. You know what I mean? I want to make sure it goes really well and they're really happy with how it goes and like it exceeds their expectations. And I look after somebody else's panel because it's not mine. So I've always just like, hello, what would you like? That's a crushing handshake. Yeah, I used to have a really like solid handshake, but I realized for a lot of people that like it sometimes does the opposite effect. But I feel like when I do like I'm not trying to like crush people's hands anymore, but I used to feel like, yes, this is what I should do, but then I realised like in some ways it's like when people do it to me now, I just kind of think like, okay. So I feel like that's how I definitely used to try and like crush people a little bit more. Be like, yeah, I'm not nervous, are you nervous? I'm not nervous. In that kind of vein, but like, yeah, I think I'm a little bit more relaxed now. Dinner time. Gogh. Yay! It's the only thing that can withstand your pressure from the grip. You might be right. Today we've got rice, lettuce, steamed egg, and Chinese meatloaf, and spring onions. When you're strong, pretend that you're weak. When you're weak, pretend you're strong. Do you know what? Yeah, that's kind of like how I feel now. I just kind of think like, okay. I think maybe I was quite insecure before. Now I just feel like I'm pretty confident. I don't need to destroy somebody's the muscles in somebody else's hands to like assert them. We're just starting to understand when I get my dinner time. like Saturday to me. Right, vice like lock. You know, I haven't kept up with Ginny's streams recently. Maybe we should raid her soon and say hello. She's always doing such cool things. So she's learning to drive in Texas. Oh wow. Did you, Queen? Did you already know how to drive in the UK before you did that, Queen? Or was it like different? I don't know, like, is it like a different thing? No, it wouldn't make a difference, would it? Queen, does that mean you can't drive manual? But in what way did it feel easy? I was watching a thing about how Germany, I think it's Germany, has one of the, it's really hard to like pass your test there because of like how strict they are with like driving regulations. But then apparently, I'm like, no, passing your test, but apparently the UK has, I think, one of, if not the safest roads in Europe because of how strict they are and like how many cameras they put in place to catch you out when you're doing something wrong. It'd be interesting, Nivius, did you see what the F1 was doing during COVID? Oh my god, damn it. Look, yeah, they're so expensive. Yeah, so like, no. Going from manual to auto feels easy because less to do. The theory test was a class that lasted 5 hours and you could get 33% of it wrong. The roads were super wide. The parallel parking requirement space was huge, not even between real cars. Really? Oh. Yeah, so like it's a completely different experience. Because that's one of the things about Europe though, isn't it, Queen? And honestly, like, especially a lot of places in like Japan, driving in Japan was hell. Those streets are so small. Like genuinely, and like the angle, there was one time when we genuinely thought we were gonna roll backwards and like Ghost was really putting his foot down and we were genuinely looking at it and we were like, I'm not sure if we should even like just roll backwards and try and turn around and find a different way, because I felt we were going at what felt like a 70-degree angle. But like the streets in Europe are really thick, they're like they're really narrow, which is why you don't get a lot of American cars here. Which is why that tariff doesn't make sense. Because our streets are smaller. Like if you have a Mustang here, chances are, with a lot of them, like the width of the car, it's meeting the white lines on the road. So everyone else is kind of like, you're taking up the road with the car that you have. It's huge. Because we have smaller cars here in Europe. And then you have to fit into like tighter spaces and such because there's less room. It's just the way it is. But yeah, I did wonder about that, because sometimes when I see like a lot of the driving in America, like a lot is big. Like the roads are big, the car park spaces are big, the car parks are big, the cars are big. But then also it's all automatic. So, and I think automatic is nice because it does seem like it's more relaxing and less to do when you're driving. And I know we're like behind on that. But I also, I don't know, I feel like there's something nice about driving manual. I still like it. Oh my god. Damn it. The logistics of driving the like HGV lorries, insane. Absolutely insane trying to figure it. Like I watch video, I like watching the videos and then parking on ships because I don't know how I do it. That's what LNZ does. He drives those. It's really cool. Why, Queen? In adverse weather conditions. Yeah. But I'm privileged enough to be like, I'm not going outside. Whenever I see bad weather, I'm like, no. You need to own your car to do the test. What if you don't have a car? So you have to have a car before having the license, so you can do a test in a car. So you have to have a car. I agree with you, damn it. Yeah, Alicia, I would have just been like, build the wall to the company. It's not my fault you had a wall there. I know. It doesn't have to be yours. For example, when I took, you did it in your mom's car. So you have to know someone with a car. That's interesting. Yeah, here, like, So how it works here is I would book a driving instructor and then they would come and like with the car and then we'd swap seats and then I'd have lessons in their car. When I do the driving test, I take the instructor's car. I drive myself to the test center with the instructor in the car. I do the test in the car. The instructor has to sit in the back of the car now. Apparently that didn't happen when I did it. But apparently they sit in the back of the car. You get tested, cool, passed or failed, whatever. Then you drive you home, so you can get a license even if you don't own a car. Because like, what if you wanted to rent a car? Yeah, Megan, like you can. Yeah, so but like the option's there, isn't it? So I never got your license. Oh wow, and it was easier as well. Exactly, Queen. What Queen said. Oh wow, turntable. Guessing that's illegal. I was gonna say, but you have to show the license to be able to do that. So how do you have the license? Oh my god, Queen! How interesting. Yeah, I think Germany is the one where they've got the strictest rules on passing your tests. Does that depend on the state, Kyle? That sucks. I think you hear more people fail on the practical, damn it. But I don't agree with it. There's a load of shame, like, if you don't pass the theory because the theory is so easy. But I just disagree with that because, like, if you get, like, I can't remember how many questions you're allowed to get wrong. I think you can only get wrong, like, 7 or something. I can't remember. Well, I genuinely can't remember. Anyway, 7. But if you get, like, 10 questions, which are things like, what is the maximum weight of a trailer that you're allowed to pull if you're driving this vehicle? I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know. Does it say on it? Like, I don't know. Like, I check it before I did it, I guess. Like, but like, they expect you to know it, and I appreciate, yeah, you're doing a test and stuff, but sometimes, like, out of, like, what, 300 questions, if you get, like, 10 questions like that, and you don't know the answer to them because they're really awkward niche questions, like, yeah, like, it makes sense that you'd struggle and you'd fail. I don't think there's anything, like, embarrassing about that, but apparently people treat it like it is. I don't know what they... Because damn it, in Germany don't you have that, like, that one road without a speed limit? You can go as fast as you want. because I thought that was interesting. I was basically watching a video like, apparently, that's the one, yeah, the Autobahn. Apparently the Autobahn, like, you can literally do whatever speed you want on that road, whatever you want. But there's usually roadworks, so you have some common sense. But the reason why it's actually fine is because the driving test is so difficult to pass that you end up with really good drivers who have a lot of like sense and won't do anything so disastrously awful. And it costs quite a lot of money to get to get a driving license as well from all of the like tests and like the lessons. So then they end up with like good drivers. So that's basically what this thing I was like looking into about the Autobahn as far as I recall. But like, correct me if I'm wrong, damn it. I think that was what they were basically saying was like, yeah, so that you can go as fast as you want, but there isn't usually a lot of accidents on it because it's very difficult to be an idiot and get a license there. So it's fine. Oh yeah, they ask you questions at the beginning of the practical one as well, don't they? I forgot about that. Oh, Kyle, Queen's an international criminal. Isn't allowed in America at the moment. Sorry, Queen, I shouldn't be laughing. It's a little bit funny though. Not on you. It's on them. Got you. Would you say then maybe a lot of the accidents would probably happen from people who haven't got their license in Germany, like me? Oh, it's been Queen's good side. Sorry, Queen. I'm literally airing out your dirty laundry. No, you know how like it has like a visa, which is like you're allowed into a country for 3 months, right? Queen did that. Went to see her partner. Came back. Before the 3 months, like just before the 3 months ended, then I think trying to go back again later on, and then got taken aside and was like doing an investigation because she's been going there for too long. Why? And she was like, but it says here that I'm allowed to do this, and they were like, yeah, it says that. Doesn't mean that you should. And then got turned, and then like this happened a couple of times, didn't it? And then and then the last time Queen went to go see a partner in Texas or something, got turned around at the airport and told to go home. Can't come, not allowed in. I don't know why you got refused. You seem like a really good traveller. Gee, thanks. So please can you approve the deal? Yeah. So basically, like America won't let Queen in. These people, yeah, exactly right, yeah. It's like, you follow the rules. It's the set, like, you know, like, there's a thing here that happens in Europe, and it trips up a lot of people, so just FYI. It doesn't happen in the UK anymore because, but one of the things that trips up a lot of people is, if your passport is going to expire within 6 months, you cannot travel, because your passport is going to expire in 6 months. So why not just make it so it's 6 months, let's say like 6 months before that, but then they catch you out, because then you book a flight, and then you think, nice, my passport's good, I've still got 6 months left on my passport, and then they tell you like, oh, you can't do that, or you find out, and then you pay money to get your passport done faster, because you're panicking, so then you pay like a thing. It's so silly. So like a lot of people think you can't go because like, your passport's about to expire, but you're not. It hasn't expired, but it could. So like if you've got 6 months left on your passport, you need to renew it before you come to before you go to Europe. Just FYI, it's so annoying. Got 2 fantastic letters saying can't tell you, mate. Oh, love that. Went to London to do the fast passport thing. Yeah, because you're like, oh my god, give me a passport now. Oh my god, damn it. That's spooky. Yeah, I think it was a Canadian MP. Yeah, but for real, they're like, no, because it's going to expire. You need a new passport. Hurry. Oh, if you want a passport faster, you have to pay more money. Just the way it is. Sorry. Why did you let it nearly expire but not? Oh my god, oh, so silly. Oh wow, really? Getting detained? Yeah, that's so silly. Oh, so silly. I used to pay 115 quid. I had to do a DBS check once. Don't know if I passed actually. Never found out. Don't know. Let me see what it stands for. Disclosure and Barring Service. This is the public body that carries out DBS checks. They used to be carried out by Criminal Records Bureau, CRB, so you may still see them or hear them being called the CRB checks. Help employers make safer recruitment decisions each year. But basically making sure I'm not a criminal. Don't know, never found out if I passed. Never heard back. Thanks so much, House. I think it's at least obvious what it is, which is... That's a relief. Oh my god, Ginger, I go back and I just watch the ending and it makes me sob too. I've mentioned it, so I talk about that episode a lot actually, because I think I was just saying, like what I was saying earlier was like, it's like there's something beautiful and it's almost like a lesson in there as well, that like appreciate people while they're alive, because a lot of artists are only really appreciated after they've passed away. But my god, yeah, that episode. Oh my god! Occasionally I just go back and watch it because it's such an amazingly, it's so beautifully done, isn't it? But yeah, sometimes I just go back and I just like, I just, oh, it's so emotional. Do you have any favourite pieces? I was thinking maybe I should try and attempt the sunflower one too. What are the Ginger Snaps movies?
Charge complete.
Thank you, headphone lady. Almond Blossoms. I'm gonna have a look at that one. I can't recall it, but maybe I just don't know the name. 1 second. Yes. Oh, honestly, Megan, I haven't seen a lot of stuff. Almond. I have seen it. I have seen this one. That one's pretty. A Werewolf Sisters one? No, I haven't heard of it. I haven't seen a lot of stuff. In a good way though. And I feel like in a good way because I haven't seen a lot of films because I've spent most of my life painting myself instead. So in a way, it's a good thing. Able to like give yourself the comfort and like work on like a project that really meant a lot to you as well. Do you still have the painting? Girl, like, where do you have the time? Yeah, for real, I have no idea how. I basically just spent all my time, I spend like all my time doing like this and making videos for it and stuff. That's literally what I spend my life on. I was thinking about it and I was like, I've literally spent my life just doing this, like my whole life. Smile 1 and 2 are one of them, yeah. I actually did try to make one of those, was it Letterbox? I don't remember, Star Wars lady told me about it. To try and do the thing and like make the lists, but I did the lists wrong. I did the lists wrong and I couldn't make it so it was really easy to add. I just wanted to go through things and add to like scene. That's all I wanted to do and I like messed it up. I think I had like 2 different playlists and I was so confused I just didn't understand how to use the website properly and I was like, oh, and then I gave up. Aw, that's very kind of you. Thanks, Norton. I'm good, thank you. How are you? I'm nervous to put anything on in fear of ruining it. Is it a bit textured as well? Hi, Hawk. Killer Sofa is number 3. It is number 3, yeah, I've seen that. Saltburn makes fun! Worst Superman film ever. Yeah, you got texture on it too. Yeah, I think it's tough if you also don't remember what paint you used. Better just keep it in the dark. Never let it see the sun. You can pop it in your house, Ginger, and then next to it you can put a sign that says like no flash photography. Like you can make a whole thing out of it. Thanks, Super Method. How are you? Yeah, because like at least that way, when people are like, "Why?" You can be like, "Because for a good reason. Don't go near it. Don't touch it. Don't." But when you get into body painting, I just kept taking makeup too far. My mum used to like buy me like eyeshadow palettes like this. Kind of like what feels pretty normal that you'd buy like a teenager. And then I was like, wow, look at that silver eyeshadow. I bet I could use that and turn myself into the Terminator. That's basically what I used to do. So then I used to be like, yes, with like eyeshadow. And then like people started noticing. So then they'd buy me like face paint kits. That's literally exactly, I'm telling you now, like that's it. It's nothing, there's no like amazing like moment where I had like an epiphany. It was literally, I was just like fapping around with eyeshadow palettes, like looking at it and being like, nice, look, I look like a robot. And the palette like that, as soon as I saw it, I was like, that's the origin story. Yeah, the palette that was had the silver in was the Vice 2 one by Urban Decay. I remember it really well because I smashed it by accident. But you know, such is my life. But yeah, so that's all I used to do, and I just always used to just do my makeup all the time, like just playing around with it, and then people started buying me face paint kits because they realised I was doing my makeup all the time with makeup, and so people started being like, oh, like maybe we should buy a face painting kit, and I did, and I really liked it. Then I did face paint, and I played with face paint, like children's face paint kits for ages. And then I just kept doing that, and yeah, that's literally it. I just kept playing around, drawing on my face with stuff and makeup. First body paint you did, and I was like, I did that. And felt really stoked about pulling it off. I have it because I redid it, so here. I was like, damn, look at me. Wow. Wow, I'm God. And then like 12 years later I redid it with like the same kind of concept. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna try and take the same idea. So that's kind of what I ended up doing. So yeah, so this was like my first thing where I was like, Jesus Christ, like I am phenomenal. The next one I remember was me, here I am, Terminator mode, turning myself into the Terminator in my parents' bathroom, and I was like, holy hell, like yes, my teeth go all the way back to the back of my jaw. I am, again, God. And then, I'm noticing a subtle difference. And then like, I painted Terminator stuff over and over again anyway, so then again, like, however many years later, so then I did this one. Right, so yeah. These are like the first things I did. Did you even have lenses back then? No. No, this was literally just the red from the camera. Level 1 versus 99 ads in a mobile game. That's so funny. Hey, Pizza Lord, how are you doing? Yeah. So, oh, the hand. Oh, you like the spider? Yeah. And the spider was fun. I feel like I actually quite like painting spiders. I know I hate them, but I like painting them. I think painting. Where was the recent one I did? It was Elise, wasn't it, from League of Legends? I like painting spiders. I feel like there's something really fun about painting them, but I don't like real ones. Sorry. Right, this is Elise from League of Legends, but like, Yeah, painting on like spiders, because you can do this thing with the shadow. You see how like the legs connect to the body. Yeah, it's like a hole, isn't it, Nibia? So I once washed an eyeball after I put it up and then looked through it like a... Anyway, yeah, so I feel like painting on like spiders is really fun. I think it's cool. It's a nice thing to do, to be honest with you. They're interesting to paint. Do I actually, but like, I don't like, if I saw a spider in real life, like, I'd scream and I'd run away and I'd cry about it until somebody else dealt with it, or I'd hoover it up, which Ghost doesn't like doing. He wants to like let it live and throw it outside, so he's a better person than I am. However, I'm like, you weren't here to deal with it, so I dealt with it. I'm arachnophobic, but I can appreciate your art on them. Yeah, like it's different, isn't it? Like it's different. Like it's fake. It's fake. It's just a painting, so it's different. The first one was still really good if you had no experience. Thank you. I don't know. I must have seen a picture or something. I have no idea. But that was the first thing I remember. And then yeah, I've just kept doing stuff literally since then. But yeah, you can see here that I am quite clearly a child. so like I've literally just always done this, and I feel like, you know, when people write their like not their CV, when they write their cover letter to go to university, and their university like application letter, apart from them getting the grades, is like, since I was a child I have dreamt of becoming an account manager, and so to go to university and study account management has always been my dream. Like, and everyone's like, no, it wasn't. I feel like, no, it's for real. It, like, literally. Yeah, like, this is literally all I've ever done. This to this is why I've seen 4 films. Thank you. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I don't know that you had some design on your chin, but it rubbed off. But yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then this one was when, like, I think I got like a bunch of blood. Oh no, this is when I got my hands on liquid latex as well, and I was like, oh my god, wow. Like I just used to do zombies a lot because I had liquid latex and access to the toilet tissue. So I used to do this all the time. I would be like, damn, look at me go. Like, I am phenomenal. And like, now I look at it, I'm like, literally none of these panels make any sense. But sure, I was just like having fun. It looked like I was made out of scrap metal, and like they only had like really tiny shards of like pieces of metal, but sure. Cool. Whereas now I'm like, yeah, so then that would be my cheekbone. The cheekbone would then, the cheekbone would likely be one piece, and then because of the jaw, there's likely to be a piston. Like my thinking behind both of them has completely shifted. Like to go from like metal, all metal only, every colour, to be like, So the orbital bone is more likely to have a piece here, and then actually the tooth there might be connected via the piston. Now the piston is likely to go underneath the cheekbone. It's just like, yeah, like, and like it's like concept and stuff, right? Because like you think about it, but like beforehand I would literally never even think about it at all. But like, as you can see, but yeah, that's my first stuff. I only have access to it because I did a panel once, and I was like, and someone, I did a panel, oh, that was my shoulder. I did a panel and someone told me that they were like, it's really intimidating and it feels like it doesn't really land very well when you say to people like, you can do it, it's just practice, because you make it look really easy. So then they were like, you should show someone what your stuff originally looked like. Ow. Anyway, so I did that, and then a lot of people seemed a little bit more like, oh my god. So I could get there. I just never really thought about it before, because like I'm only like, yeah, it just takes practice. You can do it, no problem, straight away. Yeah, go for it. Just practice it. It's fine, no problem. Like, just practice. No, it's fine. Just practice. And like, because it is, but like apparently, like people seeing the progress is like visually being able to see the difference is a big thing. The piston raises the tongue so you can rap and imitate humans. Skynet 101, of course. Exactly. So, bye all. Thanks for spending time here. But yeah, It also proves a talent versus skill point. Like, no, seriously, you have to be born to do something that you... Yeah, no, exactly. Like, and I literally started doing this because I got fed up of myself from having too many hobbies. And I was like, I just want to pick something and get good at it. So and like, I'm glad with what I picked. But I was like, oh, I've actually always chased like body painting and makeup art. So maybe I'll just follow that and try and see if I can get good. That was literally my decision for my New Year's Eve resolution. One year, I was like, I like doing this. I should try and get good at it. Yeah. Later, and then I just started. So I was like, if I'm gonna get good, I need to do loads of practice. So I started doing. I was like, I have to do one body paint a week, and that was the torso ones. And then I did that, and then yeah, once again we've gone too far, and I now do like what 3 to 5 per week. So. Do you ever do traditional painting on paper or on canvas? Occasionally, but I don't care. You know what I mean? I don't really care about it. I do it just for like something to do. So I like supporting other artists occasionally when realistically when they do something that I'm particularly interested in. So this is a colouring page that I supported another artist on Patreon for. It's Tomb Raider, and then like I'll paint that. But I don't care. Right, to me this was just like something to do for a few hours on my days off when I'm trying to force myself to not do work, which is like the makeup and stuff, like and editing videos, and doing bits like that. So I do, but I don't really care. And I did used to sell them before, but I didn't like. I found it hard to keep up with. But like, I wouldn't want to draw it. I'm not really too bothered. I'm just happy to use it as a colouring page. It's fine. Thank you. I just like to me it's just like, okay, like whatever, like I'll paint that, and it was a bit of fun and it was quite nice. But yeah, it's wild how often you've been doing this, at least from how often I've seen. What's the most body paint variations you've done in a month? Oh my god, I literally wouldn't be able to tell you. There's some days where I work on NDA. I had one NDA in October. I had to do 6 paints in one day. So like, I literally wouldn't be able to tell you. I think I average like 4 a week. So what, like 16 a month maybe? And then I would, if in a month, I've probably got maybe like 2 NDAs. So maybe like 18 paints a month maybe. I feel like it can be a stress reliever to just sit and doodle. Yeah, exactly. I don't want to draw the thing. I'm not interested in drawing it, but like colouring in somebody else's thing is much easier. But yeah, occasionally I do traditional painting. I don't really care for it though. But I used to, like, I used to do the paints and then I used to sell them on my online shop, but they were a bit more popular than I expected, and I couldn't keep up with it. So yeah, so I stopped doing that because I just got stressed out. So I was like, I can't do this. There's too many. And so I finished them up, and then I just was like, I just want to carry on focusing on my makeup. Sorry everyone, bye. That's basically what I did. Because I'm learning. But what clothing do you use which is really easy to paint over for seamless outfits? A lot of pictures on the right you could... Morta, everything you're seeing here is painted. I'm not wearing any clothes. So like here, I've glued foam to my neck and I'm wearing a cape, but everything there is painted. Yikes. Yeah, I'm just wearing like body paint professional chest covers. It's paint! Yeah, no, like I'm not wearing like a bodysuit or anything, like that's painted. You can tell because of my videos that I post on socials. Sorry, I feel like it makes it seem like I'm trying to be like some absolute like god or something, and that's not my intention. How are you getting the seams? So like stuff like this, like then you'll see what I mean, like it's painted. I'm not sure what you mean about seams. But yeah, everything is painted. Guys, I'm basically God. %, done with this yeah, like, if I get time, I have to finish it in one go. I have to finish it in one sitting. You can sleep in it, but I find like the paint seemingly just feels more dull afterwards, and also I would rather get it done. I would hate to wake up and think, oh my god, I have to finish this. So I would literally rather suffer, get it done, get my photos and videos, and then call it quits, and then go to bed forever. Don't come across as full of yourself, what you're worried about. Yeah, do you know what? I know this sounds really silly, but I think I get a bit defensive about it because I used to have a lot of people being really nasty, saying that that I thought I was like the best at everything, and I looked down on everyone else for doing makeup and stuff, and that literally has never been that literally never crossed my mind ever. But I do get a bit defensive about it because for some reason that was some kind of like rumor that spread about me years ago. So I always kind of be like, oh, just in case, like, I don't, you know what I mean? Because some people were really nasty and silly. It definitely was, yeah. But like, I even noticed that like, oh, I mean like, I get it that like, it's not, shouldn't have wanted those people in my community in the first place. But like, honestly, like the stuff that like I would see, I even saw it in like other people's channels where they'd be like, we're gonna go raid Mcraft, when I was lurking, because sometimes I like support other people while I'm in their channel, and they'd literally be like, well, I'm leaving then. She's so stuck up. She just thinks she's better than everyone else. And so like, I ended up getting a bit defensive. I feel like I do get defensive about it a little bit, because I'm like, I just want to try to... Yeah, it was so mean. I remember just looking at it thinking like, no way, that's insane. Yeah, so like there was like a bunch of rumors about it before, and I thought it was really silly and really nasty, but it is on them, and yeah, like then obviously like we're happy to listen to these silly rumors and such. But I kind of sometimes, you know, I gotta be honest, like sometimes as well, like whenever I see stuff online and it's like people like bad mouthing creators and stuff, sometimes I sit there and I think like, oh, you don't even know how much of it is true. They might have some insecurities, maybe, but yeah, it was very silly, but yeah, that's why I'm always like... Just got, are you sure you want to send this? Oh, okay, cool, yeah, nice, yeah. Hi, Positive, how are you doing? I think votes just look for reasons to tear folks down. Yeah, they definitely do. But if you're cosplay live, I know body painting is a whole different level of commitment. And timelines for how long you can even wear it. Yeah, there's it's kind of, to me, like I don't really feel like I'm ever like panicked about like wearing it for a long period of time, because I just don't. But I just see it as like it's a portfolio piece. So I'm not really too bothered about like keeping them or anything, you know? I didn't like the client for whatever a paint I refused. This cosplayer, I don't know who they are. Got that song stuck in my head. Oh, nice! How are you doing today? This cosplay once, I genuinely don't know who they are. I genuinely don't remember. Messaged me and was like, can you paint me as Wonder Woman for Comic-Con? And I was like, I don't paint other people and it would take a long time. We'd have to start at like 3 o'clock in the morning. And then they went on this absolute bender to me about how they were just planning to get really drunk while I was going to be painting them. And I was kind of like, I've already said no. But like, yeah, I don't work with other people. I just do my own thing. But like, some people get like adamant that I'm gonna go and paint them. What gives you that impression? No, you're totally fine. Honestly, like, you're fine. I'm not mad about it. I mean, the point of me streaming is because like, I might as well talk to people. It takes me ages anyway. You'd be so kind of always just a matter of fact about how you achieve the looks that you do. Not a person who gatekeeps or bribes to put the work to the work. Ah! Thank you so much, Kyle. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, like I mean, that's what I would have thought anyway. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Some people have just been like, over the years. I have people as well be like telling, like spreading things that like all my work was fake, it was photoshopped, I'm lying about it, and all this like absolute bull. And like it's annoying because like I'm just kind of like, okay, like, but it's not. Like I literally live stream it. But you know, if you shout monster loud enough, people start listening. It's the hardest paint to paint consistently, like the neck or the makeup blends, my hair. Repetitive patterns. That's what's really hard. I don't really like doing repetitive patterns. Like if I was to do scales by hand, I don't like that. I just don't. I don't find it fun. Maybe to other people it would be quite therapeutic. I do not find that. Thank you so much for the breathe. Hey, it's gonna hey. Yeah, no, it was like that, but it was just really sad as well. Like I agree with you all that it's a really silly and a rubbish thing to do, but like the effects of it were really mean. Like seeing subtweets and then like seeing like people like finding out that people have been spying on my channel, taking stuff I had said out of context. Like I think it's not unheard of that I've like make silly jokes and stuff, being like, ah yes, I'm basically gone. You know what I mean? Like I joke around about stuff like that, but I think it's very clear that I'm not serious. I like stuff like that would be like taking out of context and like being used as like, oh yeah, look, see, she thinks she's better than everyone else and all this. And I just, that's the stuff that like I found really frustrating because I felt like I almost had to censor myself because people were waiting to say and clip things that were wrong, and I felt like I had been like penalized as like some kind of demon. And then there was another thing that like I don't support smaller creators apparently, and like apparently I controlled everything that my mods said and do, and like I control what my friends post on their Instagrams, all of this like absolute crazy stuff that like I found out that people genuinely thought, and it's stuff like that which like it was just mean. It was so mean, and like I think ultimately like people, I appreciate now, but yeah, like people don't really like it when you focus on stuff. But yeah, it was a bit mean before. I have done Raven from Teen Titans. Yeah, she'll pop up on here. The Raven one from Teen Titans was actually pretty cool because I got to do like a special job with that. Expecting them to do your wedding for free. Yeah, people are silly. I walked around in the paint still. No. What I've done before though is like, I think I did like an Ozzy Osbourne inspired makeup look once, and I had to go out for dinner, so I just put setting spray on all the tattoos and I just kept them, and then I just went out. But like, it's not like a big thing. I literally paint a tattoo. People will just think it's a tattoo. See which sign she's on. I think well, I don't know. Each Wonder Woman one. Do they count as separate ones or? But yeah, I think yeah. Oh my god, there's so many at this point. Is there anything that you're like, I want to do, but I know I can get a deal out of it, or that's an insane amount of work the opportunity has to strike me to do that one? No, I'll just do it. If I want to do it, then I'll just do it. Like I don't believe personally in like waiting for somebody else to approach you with an opportunity, because as an example, I've got a project working with a company at the moment and they're just signing it off, but I've already done that character. I've already done it. So then I'll come up with something new, or I'll do an alternative variation, or I'll do a different skin or something like that. So like when it came to like Fallout, I'd already painted the Vault Dweller suit. I had already done that. But then I was like, okay, cool, so I'll paint something else for you. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much, Misha. Thank you. So I'll paint something else for them. I'll find something like I can paint, or I'll come up with a design, or I'll build a headpiece. I'll make sure that they get something that's new. So that's what I prefer to do. Back to look at me. No worries, it's something furniture, so I'll still be watching the TV. You're so lovely, thank you. Hope it goes well. Oh yeah, I just have to close Photoshop, exactly. With Rivals out now. I've done some Rivals looks. I've done the Invisible Woman. I've done, oh yeah, so I've done Susan Storm and I've done Penny Parker. I have the gun. I just need to repaint it for Black Widow. But yeah, I've done some Marvel Rivals ones. Oh yeah, I haven't done like the Hela from Marvel Rivals, but I've painted Hela. I've painted Black Widow before. I've actually even painted Doctor Strange. Who else have we done? God, I've done a lot. Like I've done, yeah, the Malice one I haven't done because she's got like extra stuff. Yeah, I think Hela might come up on here. I definitely don't remember. I don't pay attention to this video. I feel like everybody else pays more attention to it than I do. But yeah, I've painted I've done a lot of paints. Yeah, so I've done quite a lot of paints. But sometimes I haven't painted a really obvious one. Doctor Strange paint, yeah, I did, there was one specific skin from one specific thing. God, I can't remember what it was, but somebody suggested it in Discord in my suggestions, and I was like, oh. I've done Mantis. Yeah, Mantis was years ago though. Defender Strange. It was Defender Strange that I had done. I had done like a makeup look and stuff. Oh, actually, I thought I had painted it when I was a guy again, but I didn't. I painted his outfit and I took advantage of my stripe. But I'd done like that. Like that's the Defender Strange like outfit. Antenna. I've done Mantis. Oh my god. Mantis was nice because James Gunn saw that one, and Pom. Silly photo. This was really old though. It's such an old paint. Like I could do a lot better now, but yeah. But yeah, I done Mantis. Yeah, Pom saw it with James Gunn. James Gunn tagged Pom, I think. The one I had words on my neck. Paramore? This one. Words on my... Was it this one? Did you like that one? How long have I been doing this for? I think about 16 years. The shoe. My mind. I'm trying so hard to remember everything. This one. The shoe one. I have shoes that look like this. Turn myself into my shoe. Bye, Skay. Thanks for spending time here. I appreciate it. That one. Storm from the X-Men. No, I haven't done Storm from the X-Men. You love that one, yeah, that one's a nice one. Words on my neck. Arcane, Partnerversary. Finn. Words on my neck. Harley Quinn from Suicide Squad. Was it the pudding? This one, the words. That one. What character have I done the most? I think it's Wonder Woman. I have painted Wonder Woman a lot. Thinking about it, yeah. I painted her like, yay! Oh my god, Punisher, I feel like you've got like 30 games on at the same time. I don't know how you do it. It's really impressive. Yeah, I did a lot of paints. It's fun. That you hope you never get asked to do. I feel pretty happy. Because also, like, if I was going to be working with a client, if they asked me to do something and I didn't want to do it, I'd just be like, no, but I'll do this instead. So I'm not really worried. No, there's a slot freed up. Yeah, you definitely do. I feel like every time you come here and you're like, oh yeah, just carrying on with my playthrough of God of War, and then you'll come in like an hour later and be like, God, yeah, Tomb Raider's great. I've been playing it for ages. And I sit there and I'm like, but I swear you were just playing. Yeah, for real. I'm like, how are you? With all our games going up at once. God of War was the other day. Yeah, God of War is so last Wednesday. Think question quoted for today. Yeah, no, you're fine. Bye, daughter. If it does, no problem, we'd fix it. These buildings are less fun to paint. No, 8-bit. Some people like them because like they associate it with like a fun part of the stream. Sometimes it's their favourite character, like... Yeah. Some happy little buildings. We'd love to see some of your beginner stuff, paint you did early on in your career. That's like a long time ago. That's the first one I've found recorded that I've ever done. I don't know if I did one before then. I have no idea. This, as in this one. And then I redid it. Like here. You like Zatanna? Zatanna's a cool character overall. So like, you can see like a big difference. Yeah, or if you go to my Instagram and you scroll back really far, it's a really sad story of a girl getting worse at makeup. The redone one goes crazy. Yeah, again, like it's literally, I think it just proves that like it's literally just practice, it's just keep practicing. The one the other day with the vampire teeth. Draculaura. That's one of the Monster High characters. Draculaura is nice because Draculaura is cute. It's a really cute, like, design. Yeah, like I do think it's a cute design. I think I kind of prefer the old design though, with the hair. For that doll. But I'm not collecting them, so it's fine. But yeah, the dolls get redesigned seemingly fairly often, which makes a lot of sense because then they can bring out like different variations and like, you know, different dolls, etc. Literally no problem with that. But I think the hair felt cooler to me on the other one, but equally maybe that's because I think the wig is nicer. that I have. So I could probably being really biased. I'm being like, oh, well, my wig on this one is better, so I like it when it looked like that. But yeah, because I painted her twice. But no, like overall, it doesn't really bother me. Like if people have like personal favorites and stuff, I honestly like I couldn't care less about that. The thing that bothers me is when people tell me or comment things like, "Oh, you did this bit wrong. Try again," or like something like that. And I because ultimately like you do it then. You do it and do a better job. I bet you can't. Not because I think I'm the best, but I can tell you've never picked up a paintbrush before. Like I can sense it. Because like people who do art and like practice art don't tell other people like that, like, and who have put a lot of work in. They just don't go around commenting on other people's stuff like that. As far as I'm concerned, like it's not like a thing. Because you learn. I know. Yeah, Punisher, you pause your mid-play of Mass Effect 3 and you but yeah, it's like that sort of stuff. That'll annoy me because then I just sit there and I just think like, why do you comment on how I'm doing something when you haven't done it? Why is this a command? Oh, because Magneto is gross. That's the thing that'll annoy me because then I just sit there and just think like, who are you to come here and tell me what I'm doing wrong? That's the bit that I don't like it when people do that. Or when I'm clearly not finished and then people are coming in being like, oh, why are you not gonna paint the arms? You're not gonna, what about the face? Like, but what about, and I'm like very clearly like half an hour into the stream and like, I'm not finished. That's the stuff where I'm like, okay, like that stuff I find annoying. The opportunity to use the Magneto command, I will use it. I will say, chat, I think you guys did a phenomenal job at like maintaining your poker faces when we were streaming with Cauliflower, and I was talking about all the things we've discussed here, such as like how gross Magneto is, and you guys were just agreeing, and poor Cauliflower's community were kind of like, I was really proud of you guys for just being like, crazy, isn't it? Did good chat. Yeah, like seeing things from different perspectives and stuff, and like ultimately, I think most artwork, as far as I'm concerned, is like people just appreciating it from like their own standpoints, or like coming in from their own personal experiences, and like some people might look at a painting and be like, wow, like this reminds me of that. Like the songs, right? Like when people like come across songs and such, and like to them maybe like the song means something that it does. What was it? Was it November Rain? I think it was November Rain. I was listening to November Rain years ago, and I was reading the comments on. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you. I was reading the comments on YouTube about November Rain, and it was really interesting because a lot of people were saying like how it's the song that reminds them of like their dad or like their son or so, you know what I mean? Like everyone comes up with their own interpretation, and that's why like art is great because it's subjective. Like it literally doesn't matter as far as like as far as like I am concerned, I kind of feel like it's a bit boring when people moan about modern art and stuff because like yeah, maybe you don't think it deserves to be in the tape, but as far as I'm concerned, you haven't done anything that has been put in the tape with modern before, so like shut up. But overall, like it comes down to like interpretation. Like I think there's one in the tape modern at the moment and people are criticizing it, but it was like a shade of blue that hadn't been discovered yet. It was really interesting. But people are like, it's just a blue box. It's not really. But then there'll be like some of them, like I remember visiting the Tate Modern, there was this one, it wasn't Jackson Pollock, but it reminded me of Jackson Pollock. And it was a white canvas and it was just so, they had all these red, massive brush strokes on it. And I looked at it and I was like, that's how I feel when I'm really mad. And I was looking at it and a lot of people were like, oh, that's all it is, that's all it is. It doesn't matter, like it's up to it's an interpretation, like, and the way I see that is like that's a painted emotion, like that's how I read it. And you know, every piece of artwork, how it's one of those like make modern art jokes. It's just like, and like yeah, there's different pieces of like modern art which are just really different and people don't like, and there's performance art, but like it's not hurting anyone. It's whatever, fine. Like, you know, it's whatever as far as I'm concerned. Like, and I think one of the things of like having gone through and like, I don't feel like I've like studied art extensively, but when extensively, I'm currently going through a bunch of lectures in my spare time. I'm studying a university course about the history of art. And I'm going through it and it's really interesting because the starting point isn't where you expect it to be. The history of art has started at when humans were first doing things like cave drawings. And that's even progressed to things like the hieroglyphs in ancient Egypt. It's the chairs that the pharaohs would sit on. This is included in the history of art because art tells us information. So it's a history thing, and like this tells us information about how society runs at the time. So like, yeah, maybe the modern art nowadays, you'll see that one with the claw, that robot, and it keeps trying to mop itself up, and it can't do it, and it's now like but then that goes to show that in this day and age, the reason why this robot has been made and is really relatable is because a lot of people feel that way, like they can't keep up with how everything's overwhelming and everything's too much. So it tells you information about that period. So even if you don't like the modern art, it gives you information. So I don't know, like in like 300 years if Earth is still standing, we can use modern art to understand today's society. And that's how art is used. Because like when we go into things like the history of art, I mean, realistically, as far as I'm concerned, like whatever, people have a go at me saying that like this is all bullshit because I'm just painting myself. But what's so interesting about that is that I'm actually practicing the oldest form of artwork known to humans, which is body art, because the first that they've dated back, the oldest thing they can find was using flower pigments on bodies when they've been deceased. They found flower pigments on bodies that have been buried and have been preserved. So it goes to show that I'm actually practicing the oldest form of artwork known to humans, right? Well, people don't care. I know, I'm not trying to be out here defending myself, because quite frankly, I don't care what they do, I don't care. Right, it's exactly, it's like people connect with it in a certain way, and that's all well and good. But like, whether it was for a sacrificial purpose, no idea, whatever, it doesn't matter, like that's one of the oldest forms. Then you have things like the cave drawings, but what we learn from the cave drawings, which is so amazing, is you can see what kind of animals they're drawing, and how they're forming these animals, which one looks like it's bigger than another, then you can get size references. Yeah, it's not going to be to scale, but like you can start understanding a lot more about the time period from doing stuff like that. You can find things like the totems that they used to use, and maybe they used to use them as a form of like protection. You don't know. Or like, so in some instances like this as well, things like Stonehenge, that you can find so much information about the time period. So when you study the history of art, you're studying obviously like a history course, because you're learning about the time period of what happened, and you can find out information, things about gods that they used to like look up to. And it even goes back to like, one of the things that I find so beautiful is that like you can see when they were like introducing taxes, older than cave art, yeah, older than cave art. You can see when they start introducing taxes. So they used to do this thing where like you could send like, I don't know, your assistant, I don't know, like you'd have like someone, maybe like it was a slave back then, to go collect something, and you didn't know if they were pocketing the money. So then they started bringing out receipts, right? So then like they started carving these receipts things into like clay, and then they could reuse them. Oh, well and good, cool. Then there was then they had like these clay things, where yes, because it's not like you can wipe it off, but like they had a certain stamp and stuff. There was, I can't remember which period of time it was, but regardless, it's irrelevant to the point. There was a disaster where a fire had struck out, and all it did was fire all of these clay receipts. Therefore meaning they have now turned to complete stone, like they cannot be rewritten. So then that's so fascinating for us, because this disaster has meant that we can read and decipher all of this amazing stuff from what happened back then. So like, yeah, it was a disaster, yeah, it was awful that it happened, these people lost all of their stuff, like, but now going on like thousands of years later, we have this information because it was preserved. And I think things like that a lot, like, yes, some stuff has been so awful, but then like it can also lead to something else which is really interesting. Maybe we won't see it now, but like over the time period in the future. So like when you see things, when you study the history of art, yeah. So like, yeah, maybe some modern art now, like it can suck, but sometimes, you know, people just want to get maybe across like a concept or a message, and ultimately a lot of artwork is not necessarily about the skill, a lot of it is about the concept. Yeah, you can argue that a lot of skill goes into it as well, but some of it is just generally things like concept. And that's one of the big things that you learn about when you're studying things like art or design. It's the concept, because the concept will feed into the idea of the artwork. Otherwise, it's literally sometimes people want to just paint a picture that's pretty. Let them paint a picture that's pretty. But in some instances, I think that the criticism that happens around modern art is particularly unfair. And like, sometimes you'll get artists will do things to prove a point. I can't remember which artist it was. Literally took a shit in a tin and his point was, if you're an artist and people know you enough, anything will sell, and it sold. Like, sometimes art makes itself. So overall, like, I think it's can we have a disaster on your Instagram account to preserve it? But not out of context, Pompeii is a good thing. We can use modern art and modern argument to understand the economics of the time period. Some people may have just said, yeah, exactly. And like, now another thing, thanks so much, Gable, how are you doing today? And like, things like that is fascinating, because like, you learn, like, you know, there was this big struggle that happened back then. Like, you learn maybe because some stuff wasn't written down. I think they scanned the tins later to work out that it really had poop in them. I'm so glad no one opened that. Well, maybe they did, I don't know. And I don't like, because I didn't really study art. I don't really feel like it's fair to say that I studied art. But when I was like practicing artwork and such, like at school, one of the things that I had to do, I had to write an essay about art, and I chose shock artwork. So this artwork which is designed to shock people and make them be like, huh! And some of the artwork in that I picked out was like, it was pretty shocking. One of them was like, I can't remember some of them, but they were like making artwork out of like elephant dung, and it's designed to evoke an emotion in people the same way that like performance artwork, like film, can evoke an emotion in people. Like, that's like the same kind of thing, it's just a different form. People like to just see it differently, and like sometimes artwork makes itself, but overall I think sometimes that like modern art can be misconstrued as, well, I could have done that. Yeah, but you didn't. Full stop. I I would agree not, but if you've spent time reading and researching, it counts in my opinion. What kind of what did you kind of stuff did you study when you were doing art? Was it practicing artwork or was it like history? Who was shocked when realistic perspective was developed? Oh my god, maybe I should have included that as my shock art. One of the cans of the Human projects actually started leaks during the exhibition it was part of. Delightful. But yeah, like, you know, there's so many different things that's so interesting about it, like tattoo artwork, and you just, you know, you learn so much about it, and like, in ancient Egypt, like the hieroglyphs and all the stuff that they would put on there, like the pictures that they would do, like, yeah, well, if we treat it as a form of art, we learn so much about like the pharaohs and such at the time, like they depict stories. And then we also learn that like when it comes down to things like religion, etc., like you can learn a lot more about like stories which people have like mentioned, and you can even learn that they didn't even know what they were doing, they didn't know what they were referencing. Sometimes they crossed religions with the religious artwork that made absolutely like, that was like classified as like, oh my god, like amazing, like this is, some people might think that this is the most Christian thing, when like they don't even realize that like in that picture, like the artist has not realized and painted the Virgin Mary stood on a rug which is from Islam. Like, there's so much that you can tell you, which is so fascinating when you go back and like you look at these images. It's not necessarily like, oh yeah, like they were pretty skilled, like 12 out of 10 skill issue, but like no skill issue found. It's not even like that. There's so much that goes into it, which is so fascinating about it. Contemporary fine art, 75% practical, 25% theory. Oh damn, yeah, that's pretty intense. But like, this is the thing that I always think about as well, Queen, is like a lot of people don't like the art courses because I think a lot of it is concept, and I think that people go into it assuming that someone's going to teach you how to draw really good faces. Yeah, it's a cool song, isn't it, Axel? I realize it's just from YouTube. You can have a playlist. The exclamation playlist comes up here. But yeah, like it's fascinating and like it's interesting, but like yeah, with a lot of it, you know, you do get some really amazing things. You can just learn a lot. But yeah, I think like when we see like modern art from today, it can tell us stuff. So like, I'm not saying Pompeii was a good thing, but maybe as an example, and I don't know for sure. Like it's just a guess. Maybe like in the future, we could look back and be like, wow, it was crazy that so many like artworks have been like ripped off and been put on like t-shirts and stuff. And maybe then like it could be like, that's crazy because it depicts at the time like how heavy like capitalism was, that like people were stealing artwork from other people in a bid to just make as much money as possible. Like, and then maybe you could like play a thing where you could look into like ethics and morals of the time, because maybe it's different. I don't know. So I just kind of feel like there's so much that you can like interpret and like read into and possibly like consider. Like you can like take what you think about like modern art and stuff and then like challenge your thoughts around it. I didn't have one single painting class. I thought I'd learn practical skill. Yeah. This is kind of what I explain to people when they say that they want to study like art. I'm like, you just 100% need to know that this is not what you do. I don't think you know what you're like signing up for. I've got that. It's not what you expect. Yeah. If you want to learn skills, techniques, workshop from other artists as a trade, but unique courses help you understand new ways of thinking and how to network with other artists and talk about art and to critique in an actually useful way. Yeah, and I think a lot of it is a bit more like concepts, thinking, coming up with new ways, which I mean makes sense why a lot of people don't like the idea of it, but like it's coming up with like new ways of thinking, like new ways of reading into things, and like I honestly like that sort of stuff, but I like looking at things from different points of view and like perspectives, and like finding that as like, you know, like a challenge, and like, well, how could this be interpreted? And I like that sort of stuff, but I know it's not for everyone. But I think a lot of the time people think that when they go into like studying artwork that they're going to come out and be like sick at painting faces, and that's not what it is at all. Like that's literally so far away from what it could be. But also like if you just want to like paint pretty pictures for a living, there's nothing wrong with it. It's not like everything needs to have a concept. Sometimes I'm just like, yeah, I'm just gonna paint that, I think it looks nice. it's a picture from a camera art, but like I'm not going to sit here and tell you what is and isn't art, because it's subjective, and that's the whole thing. Is that it is subjective. It can be, it might not be, and it's not necessarily something that's like it's too subjective and broad a subject to approach. Yeah, it's very philosophical, I think, with artwork and like interpreting things. As visual philosophy. That's a nice way to put it. But yeah, like overall, it's not what people anticipate it to be. Because I sometimes feel like frustrated is the wrong word, but I think I feel concerned when people are like, oh my god, I just really want to go to art school because I really want to get good at, like, I want to learn how to draw. And I'm kind of like, oh no! Oh no! Why are you laughing at philosophy? But yeah, like overall, it is interesting. But then, like, camera pictures aren't artwork, but like you can argue that they are. You can argue. I'm not going to sit here and argue with you because, quite frankly, I'm not interested. But like, if you want to think that, that's up to you. But like, it's so dependent on so many things. I don't go to art school for the skill that you want to learn, although you do get access to cool equipment. Yeah, like really sweet dark rooms. However, yeah. But overall, like I just think I do think it's like it's super interesting, like seeing like what we learn and like how we can like learn from all of these things. I just feel like it's super interesting. But yeah, like the take on like modern art and such, it's I think it can be misconstrued. I think people can often take away the I think a lot of people can completely miss the point because most of modern art stuff is very subjective. Is very like highly conceptual. Like, and also like even coming down to the performance artwork of like I don't know, I can't remember her name, but there was this lady who created this awesome art piece where she was sewing. Actually, I've seen two to do with the fast fashion industry as of recent. One of them was a lady who depicted herself sewing non-stop in a room, and above her she had a bunch of scissors all hanging to showcase that, like, in the fashion industry and especially the high fashion industry, at any, like, you're under so much pressure because at any point, like, you have to keep working because you don't know what's going to happen, and how stressful that industry is. And so she performed like consistently sewing for ages and ages and ages in this room that was like full of scissors dangling from the ceiling. And then there was another one which I saw, which I thought was really interesting. Oh, and yeah, and that was another one. There was a group of people who were making fashion garments, and what they did was they covered their hands in paint. So when you got the finished garment, say it was like a white dress, you could see how many hands and how many people had like made it and how much work had gone into it, because you'd physically see all of the like the handprints and all the smears on the fabric as to how many. Yeah, it's really cool. I wish that they had done another version where each individual wore a different color paint, so you could see how many people were involved. But then it's kind of show, which I thought was a really good art piece, because it goes to show in this one dress, look at how many people have worked on it. Why is it £3? And like, to me, that's an amazing concept. That's so cool. Like that to me is a really amazing piece of modern art. But other people might disagree because they might see it differently. But yeah, just to like cover it, like just like see how much work it takes. Like, you know, like obviously not like the best fabric ever, but like, you know, cover yourself. Was it a wedding dress? No, it was just normal clothes. It was about fast fashion. And I thought it was really, really interesting. So they were making all this stuff, and so you'd see how many handprints and stuff it was covered. But it was really interesting, and like I think that sort of stuff is like, it's good because it challenges how you think about something, and it makes you sit there and think like, holy damn! Like when you see all this stuff off like Shein or like Temu and such, and like, you know, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world, because it would be wrong to assume that people who don't have a lot of money shouldn't be able to have something like a nice well, like a nice new top. And I think that's the sad thing about it. It's like you can get into this idea that like, well, people don't deserve anything, and like that's not true. Like, you know, things should be affordable, but like unfortunately, like due to inflation and like the wages, they don't go up. Like people are kind of like in this situation where like if they want something like maybe new to wear, or like their clothes are busted and they don't have access to charity shops or thrift shops, because people go to these shops and they take all the stuff and they sell it for like 10 times the price on the internet. That happens a lot too. So then like that's why I don't think it's fair to demonize it completely, but like I'm not in a position where like I would need to buy from there, so I personally won't. But you can see like how, and like I think that to me is like it's another depiction of like the current time. So you can use that piece of performance artwork to see how like our like social and economical time period is, and I think it's a really good way to showcase that. It would have, yeah, it would definitely have a lot of handprints, definitely. Yeah, right, so you can't just be like X, Y, and Z is bad, because that's basically saying like the world is black and white. The world is not black and white, it's very, very grey. So there's so many things in there which I think are just so fascinating. But yeah, and I think like that would be like a really amazing art piece like to look back on in the future, and like hopefully things have improved. But you know, it's interesting because you can look at that and be like, huh, so like at this point we can see that there was a lot of hatred. Sorry, there was a lot of unfair wages that was happening. You know, it's just interesting. Is people who consistently buy them, wear them once, and throw it out? That's the problem with fast fashion. Yeah, and I think it's crazy because I remember seeing like some TikToks long time ago, and they were doing like, I can't remember what it was. I remember watching this like haul video, and they were like, I don't really like it, but I just bought it because it was £2.50, so why wouldn't I? And then I was like, but like it's strange, but it's strange. It's like it's an interesting attitude that comes from it, and it's crazy. I know how it's gonna sound. I know it sounds really terrible, but like during COVID, so many makeup companies went out of business. And honestly, I genuinely think that the beauty industry was heading down a fast fashion route, and I think it needed something to curb it because it was really hardcore going down it. There was so many things coming out. Like there's no possible way anyone can get through all of that makeup. I still haven't gotten through it. And I do this so much. And so I kind of feel like, yeah, it makes sense that like loads of companies went out of business. Like it took a hardcore hit. Why do you guys say Z? Why is everything else in the alphabet an individual letter but Z? W is not. W is literally U doubled. Otherwise it would be W. W. But yeah, so W and Z. So it was not just Z. Yeah, well you might say Z, but no, Z. And handcrafted businesses, like what I would do in vendors. Yeah, definitely, Jester. Yeah, it's brutal. I mean, it's taken quite a toll on life. Because like all the clothes you ever had still exist somewhere on the planet. Yeah, but right, Punisher, and then just you being like, yeah, but it's £5, so it doesn't matter, and then just buying it, being like, yeah, I don't like it, and then throwing it out. Sometimes I wonder as well, like, I think as well, because one of the things is that it's become so easy to get things like t-shirts printed and other clothes printed, like so easy to get it done. I sometimes think about it going to conventions, like how many t-shirts they're giving away for free, and realistically, like all they've done is like glued a logo to it, right? And then I think like how easy it is to get that done. But then when I think, one of the things that I love thinking about whenever I go out and I find it so interesting is like you can get a really, 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 really large concept of how many clothes exist in the world by looking at what everyone is wearing and noticing nobody's wearing the same thing. No one. But they bought it from somewhere where there would have been many. And I think that, like, when I think about things like that, and then you realise the scale of, like, the fashion industry and clothes. Yeah, it's really interesting to do. Well, next time you go out and you're, like, walking down a high street, just look at what everyone's wearing and just see, like, no one's wearing anything that's similar. No one. And then it gives you a massive, hardcore, big brain scale size moment of how intense the fashion industry is. We were once wearing the same. I had someone come at me in another one once workout wearing. I can't even say it. See Marigo. I love it whenever I see anyone wearing the same clothes as me. I go up and tell them that they've got great fashion sense. Or they've got a great taste in shoes. I love it. But yeah, generally walking down the street, like you'll see everyone's wearing different clothes. I'm talking real leather, not pleather or anything like that. Also, leather jacket costs like a $5. I low quality. Yeah, no, definitely. I wouldn't buy a real leather jacket now, but I did buy a real leather jacket years ago. If I was gonna get one now, I would go for like high quality vegan leather jackets. But like this leather jacket, it better last me till I die. It better do. But I think as well, one of the things that I find to be so disappointing overall, and I'm not like at anyone in particular, but one of the things that I do find disappointing is the idea that I've bought something once, I bought something and I can only wear it once. No one can see me wear this again. Why? Clothes are meant to be reworn. That rules for body paint. That's not a rule for you. So I think it's really good to like practice, you know, the idea. I think I need to like put like a lip scrub on. I think it's really good to like practice the idea that you've got. I'll just use this towel. That you know you can wear it more than once, but I find that idea personally kind of like frustrating because also you can style something so differently too. Yeah, you can style things so differently, like. And that's some of the things I actually really like about makeup is even with makeup, you can dress an outfit up and down. Yeah, Megan, like you can definitely wear it more than once. It's crazy to assume that you can't wear it more than once. I'm just gonna get my dry shampoo. This is nothing. It's crazy to assume that you can't wear it more than once. And even then, those celebrities, oh my god, those celebrities. I don't know if you guys know, but if you don't know, I will spill the tea. Those celebrities, they go to a place, like an office place in LA. There's one in London where the influencers go, and they pick out the clothes that they're gonna wear for that red carpet that evening. They pick any clothes they want, and then the next day they give them back. They don't even have all those clothes. So why does anyone feel like they're not wearing it more than once because they don't even own it? That's how it works. Or like celebrities, like it'll be like the fashion designers made it for them. And it's a mess. Sewing patterns are really hard, I think. Sewing's tricky. I can only wear a white t-shirt 5 times, then it's covered with stains. You just told me you wear it for 30 years. People are really silly. They don't get fashion shoot. Yeah, exactly. It's all on loan, or it's been lent to them, or like, oh, there's something. There's no way. Pretty silly. I got my first leather jacket back in 2008 when I was on holiday in Orlando. When they had like the T2 3D attraction. $150 odd, and it was worth every penny! Lasted me 17 years, and a few times I had to use the black leather polish. Nice. I'm just trying to get into more of a habit of like repairing stuff. Like only wearing something once, like if I like it, why wouldn't I wear it again? My Thorgy t-shirt is going on 6 years. Today's body paint is going on 7 hours. No, I'm joking. But yeah, I feel like it's a bit silly. My personal rule is that I can buy clothes, I can buy them if they're a bit cheaper, but if they die, I have to fix them or I have to repurpose them, I have to upcycle them. That's the rule I have for myself. Clothes can be worn more than once. Nice quick paint. Yeah, it was a quick straightforward thing. Looks like it's time to get my roots done again soon. Oh, nice Hulk. I think I have a pair of hiking shoes. I think they're second hand, but I think I've got one. Maybe I should run those ones. I had a pair of shoes that like, we call them like the beaters. Apparently that's what they get called in the sneaker world, where like you have a pair of shoes that like, you don't really care about, but like you wear until they like die. And I did wear them. I had the last pair of shoes that I like threw out. I wore them for so long. I had to repair them twice with like the sole stuff. But the final kicker for me on those shoes was the outside sewer got blocked and I climbed in to unblock it. And I was looking at these shoes afterwards and I was like, there's no way I'm getting the smell of like sewage out of these shoes. I was like, I feel very justified in throwing these away. These could go in the bin. Oh my god, yeah, that's a really good point because you walk dogs so much, right? I'm messaging between the levels of this roguelike game. Yeah, I like wearing my shoes for hell too. That's awesome, Nostro. But yeah, like so it's like it's crazy when people kind of like get this idea that like you can only wear outfits and stuff once. But like I used to feel like panicked about it, but I kind of don't really care anymore. Like you'll see me at TwitchCon, you'll see me wearing like the same clothes and stuff. Like I'm not like each day consecutive. You'll see me wear like recycling outfits and such. But like honestly, like I couldn't care less. Nikes have gone so downhill, Hulk. I don't know if you've bought any over the past few years, but they're so terrible now. And their quality control's really bad. They're not what they used to be. Also, sometimes they're really quite painful. I have some Air Maxes. I don't know which number. It's irrelevant to me, but whatever. I have some Air Maxes and they're genuinely, like they pinch my feet so bad here on that part of your foot. Pretty much any sneaker. The one, I got some New Balances and they seem to be pretty solid, but then again, I'm not wearing them as much as you're wearing them, right? When I put the T2 jacket on, left a hell of a first impression in college. I mean, the nickname Terminator. That's so sick, Punisher. It really has, Nostro, yeah. The one I'm trying out now is On. I'm wearing On shoes for the treadmill. And they seem pretty good so far. But I'm not wearing them as often as you're wearing them, Hulk. You've definitely got more, you're definitely a lot more clued in on that front. Oh yeah, especially like, if they're not too much more expensive as well. Do you have like are they your first pair of hiking shoes? Or are they, have you run through hiking shoes before? I have Nikes that are too narrow, so I don't wear them. Still getting 10-year-olds. Yeah, they legit cry when they fall apart. Yeah, I think a lot of Nike shoes are quite narrow. They're quite painful to wear, but I think like they were like great because they were Nikes, but like whatever. But yeah, I'm kind of like, they're kind of, they hurt. I felt my Nikes hurt me too. It was like having +10 in charisma. Big confidence boost. That's awesome. I love that, like, sometimes as well when you can, like, pick out, like, some of your favorite stuff and your favorite clothes, and it gives you, like, makes you be like, you know what I mean? Like, but I'm wearing my cool jacket today. Just to, no, I got you. Hoka. I've heard about Hoka being really good. One of the things that I found really interesting was seeing, because I obviously speak to a lot of people who work at TwitchCon. One of the things that I found really interesting was seeing the brand of shoes that they wear, because the guy that I was speaking to before, on one level, he ran around so much in just the hours of TwitchCon. I think he did 29,000 steps, and he didn't leave that floor, and that was in one day. And so then I was asking about like what shoes he chooses to wear, and he was like, I wouldn't choose anything but Hoka's, because he's like, yeah, they need to remain comfy, because I'm basically running around like a maniac all day here. Which I thought that was really interesting. I like them so much that you do ask it, you're like, no! Really, Jester? I still want those Reeboks, but can't find them. Reasonable. That's a good point, Hop. Yeah, the weight of them. Do you like those ones, Mess? I feel like Nike has gone so far down the drain over the past few years. I don't really like Nikes anymore. Shaq still hasn't messaged me back. And honestly, I'm devastated. How has he not seen my long messages that I've been sending him that I want these shoes? I'm trying to give him money. So rude, right? So rude. I'm giving up, Zero. I'm just gonna be like, and then I finished. How to draw it out in 2 simple steps. And when they're the most comfortable shoes I've worn, even when I beat the crap out of them, they start to wear out. They're still comfy. Nikes hurt my feet after like 3 months. Okay, that's good to know, yeah. I don't like Nikes. Oh, maybe you've like heat molded them by yourself. Yeah, Megan, like it's nicer to be, I think it's nicer to be able to like divide like by how many times you've worn them, by the price, and then being like, oh, it only cost me X amount of money every time I wore them. finished this lip gloss. I finished it! Honestly, it was my favourite. The packaging, no, not so much, because this kept happening. We finished one! Yeah! Oh! Wow! That's such great news. All right, one down, 100 more to go. Which one next? I know! Oh, what a relief, we finished one. This one's been opened. New taster. Great. Lord, I ain't got a clue what you're on about. I gotta be honest with you, man. I ain't got a clue what you're saying. Like, I've just been lost. I don't know what you're talking about. How am I doing with my pens? I've still refused to take on the pens from downstairs that Ghost has. So I'm still running on this one pen. I'm so excited to go on to the pencils. Aw, Mama Meow, you're so lovely, thank you. Mama Meow. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did you used to be on Mixer? Before the Mixer thing happened? Was that you? Or am I confusing you in chat with someone else? Yes! I did! I did used to call you Mama Bear! You're right! Ah, that was the one. Thought so. I was thinking about, somebody brought up Mixer a few days, not a few weeks ago, and I remember thinking, like, I swear there's someone in my community. Because I remember you coming over and we were being like, holy hell. It was like the day after, wasn't it? And you were like, I can't believe this has happened. And I was like, I literally can't believe this has happened, that's awful. And we were talking about it. And then I was thinking, someone brought up Mixer the other day. And I remember just thinking that, I swear there's someone in my community. And I thought it was you, but I wasn't 100% sure because I just wasn't certain. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna ask next time you pop in. I was like, I swear to God, like, Kyle, thank you so much. Yes, for the world became like survived. It was awful, wasn't it? Thank you so much, Kyle. Thank you. Anyone who doesn't know about Mixer, Mixer was also another live streaming platform, and literally one day, like they had done loads of stuff. They had like bought Ninja and all this crap, right? Literally one day, and like Mama Meow used to stream over on Mixer, and then literally, I'm not even joking, one day out of nowhere they just did an announcement saying, sorry, we're closing the website down. Anyone who wants to move over to Facebook Gaming, maybe we'll help you out, but thanks for the ride, see you later. And so like all these like full-time live streamers and such, like everything, they're just done. That was it. It was brutal. Yeah, I always think, because I always think like better to try and spread my eggs across like multiple baskets, because I'm always thinking like, oh my god, like, yeah, it was rough, it was so mean. I just hit 4K and got my partner letter and then poof, it's just gone. Yeah, it was like literally just, yeah, go to Facebook gaming, that was it. I lost most of your community, that's so sad. Yeah, it was, I remember just being, because like, there used to be the joke, wasn't there? I mean, I think I was still relatively new to streaming then, but it was always like, Twitch versus Mixer, rival. But like, for real, when that happened, I just was like, didn't know that. Oh yeah, like they had just spent all this money like bringing across Ninja. I can't remember how many million it was. It was a lot. It was a lot of money. And so he went over there and was like, fine, I'll go stream for like, yeah, whatever, like 2 million or something to pay to be exclusive to Mixer. I don't know, some stupid money. Then Mixer just closed down. He just moved straight back to Twitch. Oh my god, imagine making it. Hardcore, Twitch was the toxic, Mixer was the community. Yeah, like there was like a whole thing, but god, I really thought that was just so harsh. That was so mean. Like how it went down. Yeah, that was brutal. They paid like 3 million. Like, so, and they paid like 3 people a few million to be on Mixer only, and then tank the platform. Yeah, that's basically what. Wasn't it owned by Microsoft? Yeah, literally no warning. It was just a tweet. Bye everyone. Was a good run. That was it. That's how it went down. Shocking. Absolutely shocking. I remember that when it first happened. Remember when Kick was trying to replace Twitch? Yeah. I remember people being like, are you not going to go stream on Kick? You should go stream on Kick. And out of interest, I clicked on Kick to go have a look. And I was in this person's community and I literally saw like 9 people I had banned. I was like, no, I am not going over there. Like literally everyone I've banned is there. Why would I go there? I have to re-ban them again. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Fine. Bloody hell. So no way. You're joking me. I started sob when I watched my pages. Oh my god, as you would, you work so hard on it. Makes it save my life and help me get out of a horribly abusive situation. In my first stream, my mods banned over 60 people. Do you know, I have noticed though, Mama Meow, I'm not saying like it excuses the behavior. I have noticed that like I got more trolls when, ignore today, it's different. I got more trolls when I was a smaller streamer. Like as I've gotten into, as a bigger streamer, like, I don't know, maybe I've put more protocols in place and I'm just so used to it, but like I think I got more stuff when I was smaller. I think they try and prey on smaller streamers as well. I'm not saying that you were a small streamer, by the way, but like if you're newer on Twitch and you've got lesser viewers, I feel like they target you a bit more. Yeah, right, yeah. So everyone's like, no, you're not gonna go stream on Kick. Nick. Thank you very much, thank you. I was like, no! No, I'm not going over there. I literally recognized 4 of these people from like 3 weeks ago. I remember what they said. No. Yeah, the trolls aren't doing too much and no one can see what they're saying and like, yeah. Maybe you just ban easier so people can't escalate things. Maybe so, yeah. Raiden Dragon, 37 months is crazy. Thank you so much, thank you. Until I started working for my latest client, then I've seen an upstream. Oh, really? That's interesting. I want like a Starry Night superhero. Dun, 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 dun. But yeah, I think they realised that like there's literally no point. It's easier for them to get a reaction out of a smaller streamer. I'll never switch platforms again. Restarting over here was my last restart. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I remember just thinking the other day, I was talking about Mixer and I was like, I swear there's somebody in my community who used to be on Mixer. I swear it. I swear. I was like, I saw your name and I was like, pretty sure it was you. Yeah. Oh, Raiden Dragon! Still crazy in my eyes. Right, hang on, chat. I'm gonna do the good thing, and I'm just gonna go get a towel so I can wash my dishes. Kiss Magneto. Ah! A new skateboard setup. I blame Mel. Yes, it's my fault. Blame me. I accept. Oh my god, Kyle, it is still around. It drives me up the wall. I've been trying to deflate it, but I lost the straw. I think it's in the... I have like a balloon a box where I keep all of my like balloon stuff in it, and I think it's at the bottom, but it's like at the bottom of the wardrobe and behind something. So I'm kind of like, yeah, come on! Yeah, Mama Meow. I do think you said something like that. I do recall you saying something similar. Oh, bless you. That's tough though, isn't it? When you've got like a deadline to meet and you're just like exhausted as well, but you know you've got to get it done. Yeah, your brain's got, yeah, it literally gives you nothing. Oh, there we go. Let's wash some of these brushes. Thanks so much, Yangs, thank you. It's nice to feel like I've done like something so obvious now. Like I've ticked it off the list. That's very lovely of you to say, thank you. It does seem silly because I was like, oh, I don't know what I'll paint tomorrow. Maybe I'll just do Starry Night. But yeah. In a cat bed, cute. Oh, that's so sweet. find like cute cat things if I get a cat. Aw, thanks so much, Kyle. This paintbrush is from Gogh. So I got a Maine Coon. That's so cute. Yeah, I'm hoping to get one. Maybe next year. I don't feel like I'm ready to be a cat mum. Got too much to learn. Yeah, going through and cleaning them all. The ones I can. I don't clean the ones that got paint on it at the desk because it's too many. And then maybe this is a great way to bring in some new friends if I just sit in it. Well, that's what I said at the beginning of the stream, wasn't it? Wow, 8 hours ago me. Once I've done the paint, then I can just sit in it. I wash my brushes and maybe it'll it'll help people find the channel, hopefully. So, yeah, I am cleaning it up. I'm convenient to turn on. Just like making sure there's no NDA stuff. Like, yeah. There you go. Triple checking. Oh yeah, which like yeah, this is actually like pretty good for me. Like this is when I haven't really got too many to clean. I know that's so bad, isn't it? This is like this is good for me. That's paint. Oops. That's paint. Paint. But I can get through a good amount of these because a lot of them is it's just makeup. It's when it's paint it takes me a long time because I have to like scrub clean them. Nostro. Wow. So let's see how tired I am next week and see if I want to paint the Sistine Chapel. I painted like cupids and like baby angel stuff a couple of times. Good night, Kings. Oh, the Spider-Man thing. Yeah, that one. Oh, yeah, that one was an old one. Forgot I did that one. Thank you so much, Remy Star. Thank you. How are you? Oh, the paint one. Damn it. Bye, Kings. That's pretty cool, Punisher. Do you know, I don't think I've seen Venom 2 and 3. I remember we had Venom in the movie night, but I was so busy working on an NDA that I basically didn't watch it. I remember seeing something in the end and I was like, okay, cool, whatever. Because I was so busy. So I've never actually properly seen them, but I feel like the impression I got from them felt like you know those films, like those superhero films that you'd get in the early 2000s. sounding great. That's the impression I got from... Oh no. Is it that that's covered in? Oh my god, Queen. Do you? I watched them all and you enjoyed them.
Charge complete.
Do you feel like they were like really, really good? Or do you feel like that was fun? Because I feel like they're the kind of thing which I'd watch and be like, that was fun. And like, that's it. Yeah, okay, got, yeah. Another one. Because I broke something again! La 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 la. I think most of these are probably toothbrushes. Paint, 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 makeup, paint, makeup, makeup, paint, paint, paint. These are all paint. Paint, makeup, 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 paint, 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 makeup, paint, 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 an eyeliner, paint, 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 makeup. Mystery screenings lately, films that haven't come out. Yeah, you don't know what you'll see until it starts. For films that haven't come out yet. Tune, really? A lot of people seem to really like this painting. Oh, a broken hair bubble. Hey Tentacle, I was just doing the sketch. That was like 7 hours ago. Wow, well thanks for coming and checking back in. It's been 87 years. There we go. So these are all paints. So these are like job for another day, right? Because this all has paint on them. Oh, like my eyeliner. There we go. So realistically, I just have to clean these. Good night, Zero. Yeah, you could end up watching Shrek 5. Oh God, I'm good, thank you. I've been busy, as always. I had like a lot of cool stuff going on. I felt like this month was loads of cool stuff happening that I immediately then forgot about. Then moved on to the next cool thing. I think that should be washed, it's a bit too big. I'll let it, yeah, just fill it. Yeah, they'll sort themselves out, I'm sure. I'll go through my makeup bag, my everyday makeup bag here, and just double check. This is where my everyday stuff. Yeah, I did some cool stuff. I played Split Fiction with Cauliflower. That was really fun. I did a front page thing with Twitch. Oh no, it was on Twitch's channel, sorry, but then it was also on the front page. Did some sponsored stuff. Yeah, it's been a fun month so far. Yeah, it's been really fun. Oh my god, I cannot be trusted with like anything. I'm just gonna have it in my vice-like grip. I put in yellow lenses. Yeah, I feel like it looks better. I feel like it looks a little bit more superhero, which wasn't really my intention, but I did want to do something to tie the light. Yeah, I thought if I put the corset on, then it will feel a bit more like finished. Stitches. Ah, there's something itchy on my face. Is it under the brush hair? Don't know. Hopefully it goes away. Like this. The paint looks good. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I thought the yellow would go well, and now I'll finally do that. Hydrate. Don't forget to hydrate. Ah. Yay! Oh, hi Fuji, caught me just at the end. Good timing so you can see the final bit. Looks great, thanks! This looks really cool, thank you. Oh, it's so nice to like have, I just feel like I did the thing. You know what I mean? I'm like, okay, there's another one that I've done. Wonderful, feel great because I've done the thing that I haven't done the thing before, but feels like I should have done the thing. Because I kind of felt like it was pretty straightforward to do, so I was like, oh, I just want to do it. Oh, that's cute, Fuji. I feel happy. I feel happy that I've got it done. Like everyone was saying, it's kind of wild that you've... Yeah! Oh my god! And it just feels silly. Like... I feel like maybe the sunflowers too. I don't know. But if there's any other, like, just general thing, and I don't want to, like, make you guys do work or anything, because, you know, it's not my style. Apart from when I don't know an answer and I expect you guys to know. If there's any other like paintings that you guys know, like really famous paintings that I haven't done, feel free to like post things like that in body paint suggestions. I don't know that one by name. Let me have a probably not, but like I don't know that one by name, but I might have seen it. No, I remember seeing this one, and I don't know why, but I find it so uncomfortable to look at. I don't like it. The water lilies one is quite nice. just the demon. there's something about it though, which is actually kind of good. Oh my god, the scream. Wait. You guys have fantastic ideas, but like, remember, I've got the attention span of less than a goldfish, so like, into the Discord too. Yeah, I don't like this one, Queen, as well. There's something about it that I just feel like, ugh. Makes me feel uncomfortable. I think the spirals remind me too much of Junji Ito, Uzumaki. Maybe I think it did a number on me. Nah, so I wouldn't do like my face. I'd rather just recreate the painting. That would be more my style for that. Scream is a good one. Oh, Scream painting. Yeah, I mean, that looks pretty straightforward. I remember having a class when I think I was in like year 4 where we had to redraw this. That one's quite pretty, Nostro. Sistine Chapel. What's that Fallen Angel one? That's my current favourite one that I like looking at. Yeah, the Fallen Angel is that's my current favourite painting. Oh my god, Queen, I forgot about that. We had to recreate that at school too. Lots of food for thought. Pop screaming suggestions, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Alright, well, it's before midnight. Fantastic. And I got a stream again on Monday. But I think you guys are gonna ow! I think you guys are gonna like that one. So it's alright. I think we managed to. I think it worked though. I feel like. Let me see. We gained 124 followers today. So it worked. It does look quite superhero-like, doesn't it? It wasn't my intention, but I don't think it looks bad. But yes, we managed to grow the channel today, so the plan worked. An art thief who wears the loot. It wasn't me. What makes you think it was me? Yay! Yeah, so it worked. We were able to grow the channel, so that's fantastic. maybe we'll do the same thing next week with another thing. I don't know what we'll do, but maybe next week it's worth doing it one last boost blowout before Isn't there a Carmen Sandiego game coming out? There's some Carmen. I saw that the other day because I didn't know who Carmen Sandiego was until you guys told me. So I think we'll miss the torso stream next week because then if it's the last weekend, yeah, Mez. So the reason why I did this today is not the torso paint is because I'm being featured. So here's the thing. So I'm being featured on the shelf for Women's History Month. Can you remember when a lot of people were scream crying because they didn't like seeing hot women on their homepage? What a thing to moan about. Anyway, how that was resolved was if you're doing a stream like body painting, it has to be marked as 18 plus, sexual themes, blah, 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 blah. I'll get penalised if I don't mark my stream as sexual themes. But then, therefore, if I mark my stream as any of like the categories of stuff like that, I get removed from the shelf. So that's why I was like, on Wednesday we hit 500 viewers because of the shelf. And then on Thursday we also got quite a good number of viewers. We got a good number of viewers. We gained a lot of followers. So if I keep trying to make sure I'm on the shelf while I've got a boost, then I'll be able to grow the channel. And then after like next week, I'll go back to doing the torso paints. Right, Mez. So I think because I essentially look like clickbait, right? Sometimes like this. It's like this. I'm wearing the Starry Night. I mean, we can argue about it all day and night, Lord, but like as part of the problem is that there's a bunch of there's a lot of words I'd use for them that would not be permitted on Twitter. Allegedly, that basically hate women and think that what I do is a disgrace on society because I don't, whatever. They think that I'm the worst thing in the world. So whatever, it is what it is. So because of that, I'll get removed from the shelf. And to think, no weirdos today, really. We had a few, but I feel like they were more so speaking in Russian. So it was like, whatever. So I'm trying to, it's my fault. It's my fault. My favourite thing is how there's adults crying that I'm ruining, that children can't see me. However, I know full well that children watch my stuff because their parents show me how much they appreciate I'm influencing their artwork and teaching them to be better artists. But sure, some of these adult men, but what about the children? Yeah, what about them? I'm teaching them how to do artwork as far as I'm concerned. I've contributed more to them than you have. But yeah, whatever. Honestly, Lord, it's irrelevant. Like, whatever you say, you just can't change these people's mind because they're just misogynistic, like, through every cell in their body. Painting on themselves is better than painting on the wall. I received a really nice photo from a parent showing little chat members of them picking out Monster High dolls and saying it was my merchandise. That's very cute. Oh no, not the children. Literally doesn't give it. I know, exactly right, Punisher. That's so precious. It's so cute. I know, it's so cute. We get like 30 condom ads in for single through the streets. Yeah, exactly, right. So like, whatever. And I also generally keep him as pretty PG in here too. So as far as I'm concerned, but we all know this. However, because there's been so many people crying about think of the children, and I don't want to see good-looking women on my homepage. Yes, you do. Let's have a look at your internet history. Then that's why that's why I'm not doing the torso paint, because I'll get removed from the shelf. So I'll actually technically get more of a boost. I know. I'll actually get more of a boost if I do a face and chest piece. Well, I mean, as long as it's good, I guess. So that's why I'm not doing a torso paint today, and I probably won't do another one next week. I'm being tactical. That's the plan. I actually have a plan. Every accusation is a confession. Yeah, they're just rubbish. They're just rubbish people, rubbish individuals. But alas, it is what it is. Like, it's not like I can really do anything about it. They're the rules that I have to adhere to. So I will work around them. Imagine getting on. I saw a girl's TikTok and it made me laugh. And it was this girl being like, pretending to be a parent, being like, whatever you do, don't spend all your money on drugs. And her with a Warhammer painting, like, okay. There's nothing cheeky about my slideshow. But the irony that you're having to censor what you're doing, yeah. Yeah. So have you heard of League of Legends? See, this is where the disservice is happening. But yeah, so that's the plan. That's my plan. Like, I know Twitch don't have a problem with what I do because they permit it. They let me do it. They've always let me do it. They haven't got a problem with it. It's totally fine. The problem is people screaming and crying on the internet. Think of the children. That's the problem. But anyway, so that's what I'm doing. So just FYI, I guess I worry that people are going to think that I've given up on the torso paints. I have not. I'm trying to be tactical while I've got a boost. That's all. The one plastic crack that I'm doing real money for drugs. A real drug habit with Achiever. I'd rather not. But yeah, like, they're totally fine. They're fine. They're fine because they're sending me fan art drawings of Tomb Raider. It's fine. It's no problem. My little chat are fantastic. They're really cute and they're really nice, and some of them got Twitch banned in school, but that's fine. I don't mind you watching me, just don't do it at school. just Yeah, no, they don't. They're so rubbish. They're just rubbish individuals. Rubbish people, rubbish individuals. Silly people. Anyway, but yeah, because of those censored. That's something that happens obviously if I that's why you don't tend to see it very much on the homepage. Can I keep watching while I'm at work even though it's at school? Yes, you can. Just don't let the art teacher find out. Burn the Witch if it's just a smear. Yes, they're so silly. Like, they're so silly. I genuinely feel like the sooner they realise that, like, we're not robots where we program the correct terminology into us, like, you're automatically going to unlock a girlfriend and you start treating us as a human, I think your life will be a lot easier. But sure, listen to people that the women don't even like. Good idea. Upload all the VODs to YouTube so they can watch there. Yeah, that's where a lot of my That's where. Do you know what? That's where I get a lot of people being like pretending to be children, being like, my mum won't let me watch this. My mum will be unhappy. Shall I show my mum this because you're making me unhappy? And I sit there and I look at it and I'm like, what kind of adult has the time to sit there and write this sort of crap, pretending to be a child on the? Do you not need to do like what are you doing? That's strange. That's a strange, yeah. Or them being like, my wife will be really upset if she finds out I've been watching this. And I'm kind of like, yeah, no, exactly, Nivius, that's exactly how I feel. No, they are weird. They are weird. Good God, yeah, they are weird. Really strange. Ew, yeah, they're so cringe, so gross. And it's like me turning myself into a transformer. Okay. Oh, did that video on YouTube get flagged? Or was it alright in the end? They're magento. Okay, look, fair enough, but that was a really funny typo. Magento, fantastic. Magento. I've had worse in here. You have, yeah. You have had worse. The other one was funnier. But that Magento is also nice. I like Magento. Is it mutation? That's it. There's nothing else about him. He's just pink. I think Magento sounds funnier. Magento sounds a little bit like, you know, when people put on that like accent and they're like, yeah, he's like so Magento. Like when Charles Xavier was like in that fight with Magento. Magento? I like Magento. I think Magento sounds better. Prince alter ego. Shout out to the people wondering what the opposite of it is. Italian. I couldn't think of what was wrong. Do you know what? When I was younger, I remember I was trying to spell of like this. And I remember, I think I was in like year 4, and I had spelt it like this, and I just couldn't figure out what the problem was. And I remember staring at it for a really long time when I was writing this thing in school, and I was like, I just cannot comprehend why this looks so wrong. I know the same thing. I was like, but how else could you possibly spell this word? No, that's the thing. I was like, oh. I mean, in my mind, I was trying to do everything I was taught, like spell it out, like say it out loud, syllable by syllable. And I was like, great, there's only one syllable, fantastic. And I was like, of. Of. Yeah, I couldn't remember. I think I had a week off school, and I remember thinking like, Jesus Christ. Like, I remember being really young and thinking like, I see why they say stay in school. A week off is already too much. I followed the rules. They're in the English. They just didn't do the English thing. It just didn't do the thing of the thing. Not my fault. Magento sounds sophisticated. Magento sounds like some he drinks a lot of red wine. Like you went to Swiss boarding school. Right, we haven't. I'm gonna go. I'll see you on Monday. I'll see you on Monday. I think it's gonna be like maybe like 4 o'clock-ish. Maybe I'll go live then. I'll go live a bit earlier. Then hopefully I can finish stream a bit earlier too. So yeah, I think that one will be a fun one. So hopefully you guys can make it. I'd appreciate it if you could. It would be nice. Hopefully it'll be a fun game. Woo! Let's raid Ginny. She's been trying to put a bracelet on and has been struggling, so has been using her toes. Alright. Bye everyone. Thank you so much. I think you're all fantastic. I'm gonna go take photos, videos, and then watch this off. And then gaming stream, Atomfall. Maybe. I'll catch you guys on Monday. Hopefully we'll have like decent stuff. I hope it's gonna be okay. Monday. I'll see you guys. Thanks so much. And I'll see you on Monday. Thank you very much, guys. Bye. Love you all. Bye. 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 Make time. Well, what time? I'm thinking maybe like 4:30ish start. But yeah. See you then. PM. GMT.